Robert, of course, Robert Wheel had slipped out of the top 16, gone to number 17, but is back in this competition. South Africa withdrew the qualifier, so Robert last week was given the chance to replace the South African qualifier, and that's why he's in, playing Darren in this first round match.
Yeah, sometimes as well when you get a late call up, there's no pressure on you. You just come in relaxed, play great bowls and take advantage of a late call in. Robert having the better of the opening two bowls.
Yes, you've practiced on this rink, Greg. I had a little roll last night. What's your feelings on it at the moment?
Yeah, I think, I suppose it's the same as most rinks, to be honest. It's a very much dead pace green. If you're carrying a foot of pace, you don't get back to the jack. When the weight comes off, you get down very, very late, just like this. If you're carrying a fraction, you just run past. First day in practice, it was quite wide swinging, very quick, a little bit scary to be honest, but it's starting to settle down a little bit now, and the hand's becoming slightly kinder. Darren doesn't look like he's got the running on this. Be happy to take the one.
Yes, it's a good opening bowl by Darren. Good one shot there.
Very much a feeler, I think, for both players, that end. Doesn't look like we're going to have any problem with the crowd causing any crowd control problems, John, does it?
No, I don't think so, Greg. I think won't be any trouble. No stewards needed.
As I say, when I'm watching the cricket, perhaps they're having a late lunch and they'll pile in for the second set.
Yeah, it's always difficult on the first weekend. So many other things going on a Saturday in Perth. So I think normally the crowd picks up from the Monday on. That's a decent start.
Darren didn't like that bowl, turned away very quickly.
Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, you bowl him like that, Greg. Turn away.
If that's a bad bowl for him, Robert's in trouble.
Yeah, Darren Burnett is certainly on a roll. Won the World Indoor Singles last January and then followed it up in the summer winning the Commonwealth Games gold, so he's a man in form.
Certainly very interested in this one. Any touch on the jack would be really good.
Touch of weight required there, 2 feet short. Now Robert will be aware, he needs to get another bowl in close. Looking a bit vulnerable at the moment. He didn't like that, Greg. Turned away.
Interesting.
Choices, isn't it? He could play a little bit of weight, or he could try the nice quiet draw and turn the jack.
Yeah, I think it just depends how confident he feels, whether he can take the ball clean. Probably play the draw, it's a safer option. No, feels confident. Going for the green bowl solid. No jack movement.
Quite a good result in the end. He got a touch on the jack, but it's locked in to the 2 bowls. So that's a good 2 he's lying. That was a good result.
Yeah, in the end, the actual little flick on the jack has helped him. Robert may try the same shot now. 2 bowls out. Reasonable target.
Yeah, even bowling to jack is good.
I think Darren's live bowl went through to the ditch. I think Darren actually has best back.
Oh.
I think.
Good observation, Greg. I'm glad you were awake this afternoon.
Robert's opted for the draw. As you say, I think it was just Darren's confidence there to go for that shot. On another day, you'd play safe and try the draw. But he's obviously feeling very confident at the moment, decide I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Greg, and it just shows he's quite good at that shot as well, that take-out shot. That's a decent opening bowl. Yeah, Robert Wheel had a very good period on these indoor tournaments. Won the World Championship, I think, back in 2000. Got to a couple of finals as well in the Scottish and the Welsh, but hasn't really over the last 2 or 3 years hit its best form on the portable rink.
Yeah, I don't think he's been too far away, but at this level, if you're just a fraction off, the opposition takes advantage. And if you're not scoring points, as he's found out, you very quickly slip down the top 16 and, unfortunately for him, just slipped to 17.
Yes, and looking at the provisional list for this year, Greg, there's quite a few players toiling a bit at that area, 15, 14, 16. Could be an interesting winter.
I mean, as per most years, obviously the players like to get a good start here, get a good few points on the board. Takes the pressure off, then going through to the latter end of the season. But obviously first round matches, you're not thinking about points, you're just thinking about winning the match and getting through to the second round.
Yeah, and I think the first round is always the important game, Greg. You get a bit of rhythm going. If you can play a decent first round, gives you confidence then.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, that's number 3. Could be some weight here, Greg.
Yeah, I think so. Ideal result for Rob would be jack straight through to the back, into the ditch. Backhand drive it is. looking close. Good strike.
Yeah, that's good. Good result. Gets the jack on the spot. Could still be one down. A lot better though. Much better position. Effectively, it's a one-ball game of singles here. You'd expect Robert to beat the closest bowl as it stands at the moment. So it's about getting close with this bowl. Right out to the boards, Darren.
Looks very good.
That's good, isn't it? Little touch on the jack and he's still only one.
Yeah, gone against him actually. Leaves Robert a choice of shots now. I think I'd be tempted to play for the bowl now. Got a second bowl.
You're probably right, Craig. He's gone with the third, hasn't he? No, conservative.
He's got to get very, very close to these sideboard here because it swings quite strong at the finish. Let's give it a maximum line. Just pushed on though.
I agree with you. I think he would have been better attacking that.
He got a live bowl in the ditch as well. Had he got bowl and jack.
So that's a good start, Darren Burnett. 4-0 after 3 ends.
Yeah, Darren will be very happy with the start. Robert, I feel like he needs to get into this set now. Needs to get some sort of score on the board.
It's a mean opening bowl, Greg, isn't it?
Yeah, you love your opening bowl just to finish there. Not only is it very close, it hides the jack as well from the opponent.
It's psychological in a way, isn't it? If you've got somebody doing that every end against you, puts you under a lot of pressure. That's a good reply though. Oh, that's the sort of reply you want. Brilliant.
Brought the best out of Robert. Darren very keen on this one. He's followed it almost all the way down. Just push through.
Don't often see the players coming down after the second bowl, do you, Greg?
No, now obviously with the shot clock in, the rules are different. You don't have to wait until your third bowl to visit the head. Obviously it's just your time you're eating up by visiting the head.
Well, decent line again. That's well played. Doesn't want to stop there though. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate really. Didn't get the final drop and he's just a catch position there for Darren now.
Yeah, in a strange way, Darren's probably glad that Robert drew another and, as you say, gave him a big edge now. Target's reasonably wide. Look at that for a reaction. Darren really didn't like that one.
Yeah, I think he's a bit heavy on that line, is he? Won't get down, I wouldn't think.
This is the one now for Robert. and get in now.
He's on the line, Greg.
Is he going to bend in time? Perfect.
Yeah, that's a very good bowl by Robert. I think Darren will look at hitting this red into the greens.
Yeah, he needs to hit the red solid though. Any other contact, he'll just flick the red away and not move any green. But I think you're right. Backhand with weight. We're shaping up forehand. Forehand with weight. Big drive. Needs to get a result.
In the area, gets it solid. Oh, got a good result, but could still be a couple down. That was a good strike, but I think on the respot he's still maybe 2 down, certainly 1 down.
Yeah, definitely from this position, definitely 1. Good measure for the second. And a great opportunity to draw another. Robert's certainly been good value for the shots on this end.
Yeah, he's played a good end, Robert. Put Darren under pressure, made him play the weighted delivery.
Made no mistake. Darren's even looking at the 4th. I think it's going to be a measure for 4.
4 it is, I think. That's a big end for Robert Wheel.
I did say he needed to get some sort of score on the board. I didn't think it'd be a 4.
Well, he'll be feeling good after that end. He certainly found a good line and length. Put Darren under pressure and got the just rewards.
No real major change in jack length, possibly a yard further, but both going 3/4 to long. This looks a reasonable opener.
As you said, Greg, you know, weight has got to be good. It's all about good weight, isn't it, to get back to the centre.
I thought that looked good, and as you say, it just drifted on and drifted on, and
Not sure whether I would have changed them because he played a good line on the backhand. Needed just to drop 2 feet.
I think I would have stayed the same hand, as you say, just try and adjust the weight. Even if you get a good second, he's now... Oh, he's been let off one. I was about to say he's now 2 down under pressure, but Darren's let him off a little there, to be fair.
And certainly a wider line. Well, as good as the last end was, this is as bad for Robert. Another opportunity for Darren to add.
I think Darren will switch to his forehand here. Looks to be plenty of room to get a second.
Park the car in there, Greg.
Have you seen my parking? Yeah, no mistake. Robert needs to find one.
Yeah, certainly does. All the good work could be undone here.
All about pace. If he's over pace, it'll not get back. Needs to be a good pace.
Looks a bit quick to me.
Anything over.
Yeah, he always looked a bit quick.
Yep.
Well, what a chance for Darren Burnett.
Yeah. Assuming he's going to slot a third in here, it's quite a soft 3, isn't it?
It certainly is. As good as the Robert Wheel 3 had been, he'd forced Darren to play a big shot, but this has been an easy count, isn't it? If he puts this in.
Can't see him making any mistakes. Too much room there for...
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah. Well played.
Darren Burnett, the policeman from Arbroath. Wouldn't want him arresting you, would you, on a Saturday night, Greg? I bet he's a tough old boy to deal with, Darren.
I would imagine so.
He's not bad on the bowling green either.
Yeah, all bar one end. He's been very good value, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, and in fairness, I say, Robert forced that probably. He played a good end that end. He picked the 4 up. Generally, Darren's first bowl has been the better. Just enough to score. Robert's gone walkabout in the last 2 ends.
Yeah, very surprising. As you say, he played his best end, 4 bowls, spot on, and then since then...
Hasn't put a ball within 3 feet.
3 feet. And he's smiling about it, so he knows himself. But he also knows he's only got to find 1 bowl here, and he's back in the set. Has Darren left him enough room?
Well, it's enough room, but it's counting, and it's not easy to get around that. It's got to be good weight.
Yeah, it's quite a wide swinging hand, this forehand, so it's all about having good weight to get back right at the finish.
Now then, Rob, how's the pace on this one? Still through this, Greg.
Yeah, he is.
Well,
Big
no
trouble
correction.
now.
That's amazing. He's actually gone further. Well, half an inch.
I think Darren will probably slide a back bowl in now, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean...
3 up on the board, 3 up on the end. There's no value in an extra shot.
No. I mean, I suppose, he could try and draw and tuck the jack round the corner, but I say he hasn't got a back position, so he doesn't really want to force Robert into a drive.
As I said, no real value in it, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. Well, he's on a decent line. Drawing weight though. It's just going to get past it, but it's not deep.
Yep. Took a chance.
And it looks like that green-red plant is on to the short bowl, isn't it?
Yeah. Nothing to lose here, is he, for a big drive? Got the best two backs. If he can drive either of the front bowls into the jack, he'll score two. Needs a nice solid connection.
Hit the target, but it's not a good result. Still a couple down. Well, it's in a healthy lead now. 9-4 going into the 7th end. You've got to say, if Darren gets a single here, it's practically set in the bag.
Yeah, Robert needs one of those magic ends again.
And Robert's gone back on the backhand in this direction after playing a couple of shockers on the forehand. The last end we played this way. I think that's a sensible decision.
He's going to be unlucky, just getting on the back of Darren's, yeah.
Good bowl though. Waving at that one, trying to will it back in. Came a lot at the end.
Yeah, it seems to be as the weight comes off, it really does turn on all four hands.
Yeah, like about 3 or 4 metres down the green, didn't look like he was getting to get back anywhere close, and he's probably dropped within about 15 inches. Doesn't really help his cause.
Yeah. I think Darren will play this slightly on the inside line. Getting another bowl in, rest in, touch on the jack, something in that area, John.
Yeah, he's certainly narrower, Greg. Has he got the weight now? That's the issue. Will he run?
Line's certainly good. Not pushed it.
That was the line, as you said. Robert, I think might be worth playing through this.
Yeah, scores on the board. It's time for a little gamble, isn't it?
Yeah, a couple of chances on this bowl into red, green bowl into red. Could get the jack as well.
Got something. Not a disaster.
No, certainly isn't. That's the same shot really for Darren, isn't it?
Yeah. His line was good last time. Just needs to reach.
As you said, Greg, he gets inside to the green bowl. If he did turn the jack, that would be very good.
I think he likes this one.
Certainly more weight.
Perfect, I think. Well played.
That's very good. I think this will be a forehand strike now. Cleaner hit from the forehand side, possibly.
Yeah. Don't know whether he can get the 2 reds without moving the jack. Might just be able to get the good angle to get the 2 away without any jack movement. Yeah, I think he's going to use a timeout.
Yeah,
Quite
he had
right.
to run out of time then, wasn't he?
Yeah.
To settle himself on the mat.
I see. Massive shot, isn't it, in the context of this set? He's got to make this, got to score to stay in the set, really.
Now then.
Has he got the jack? Has he got anything?
Oh, dear me. Wasn't far away. But far away doesn't get you anything on the scoreboard. (11-4) with 2 to play. Other than a total disaster now. That's the first set for Darren.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's a good opener again, and that's been the secret of his success in this set. First bowl, really. That's a good reply. I mean, if you're in Robert Wheel's shoes then, Greg, you've got a lot of experience winning on this rink. What would you be thinking now? Would you go for a change of length now? Because he's got to be thinking about the second set now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, obviously, so far, you know, they've played 7 ends. He's only won 1 end. I think I can't afford to let this game just drift. I think it's time for a change. I'd be thinking, do I want to keep the mat back and play it short, or shall I take it up the green and play it short? And let's just see if we can change it about a bit.
Yeah, that would be my thinking. I think at the moment he needs to really get Darren off this sort of long 3/4, and a short jack just over the peg probably would be my option.
Yeah, as you say, Darren's looking very comfortable, especially first bowl on this particular length.
That's okay there.
I think it was intentional, to be honest with you. Robert needing a 4, that just kills it off early. Just hanging by, or is it just going to duck it in?
Well, he needs a 3 to stay in the set, and to be honest with you, that's going to be very difficult now. Needed that ball to bend inside.
There's a small chance at the moment, but if Darren can get in there first, it'll be the first set over, basically. If he can get into the split. Line looks good enough. That's no chance. I don't even think Rob will try anything here, just to draw. Be thinking about the second set. Yep.
So, second set to begin. Robert Wheels Jack. Let's see where he goes. That's predictable. There was a change, but he's not playing short with the mat back. He's taking the mat up the green.
Nothing to lose, is there really, by changing it? Changing his lead-off hand as well. Nothing there close enough.
No, at this level, as you said before, Greg, you wouldn't expect to get a shot within that distance, and an opportunity for Darren. Well, doesn't seem to be too happy with that.
First man in, I feel.
Yeah, well, if a little plus point from Robert's point of view is that he's shaken Darren a little bit. He's not quite as effective with the opening deliveries.
But he needs to find one now. If he gives Darren another chance, I'm sure Darren will be there. Doesn't look like he has found one.
Yeah, it's quite loose, isn't it?
Yep. He doesn't like that. He really doesn't like that. Oh, my goodness. Well, this is a very loose end, John.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, expect Darren to take weight off. Actually bowled heavier with that delivery than the other two, so it's worrying for him. Now then, Robert, need to find a good one.
Good line, but still looks quick.
Well, missed chance really, isn't it? I mean, he'll be gutted really if Darren drops one in here now, you know.
You would feel Darren must score the shot here, would you? Yeah.
Certainly looks better.
Yeah. This is the one. Or is it? Still running. Well. The change of length certainly caught both of them out.
Yeah, so a good end to pick something up on, isn't it? A loose end and you get a double.
Just what Robert needed. And shock horror, he's brought the mat up again. Why not?
Yeah, no surprises on that. As you said, Greg, he's going to have to put him a little bit closer at some point. You'd expect Darren to play a better end this end.
Yeah, that's just a one-off that end, definitely. Both players very, very experienced. They both know that. It happens in the game sometimes. Starting to get a few little mumbles from the crowd now.
Yeah, it's not a packed audience, but they're all keen bowlers. Some familiar faces there. We see them every year.
It's funny, you can play like 7 brilliant ends and you have one dodgy end, and afterwards they say, I can play like that, I can do that.
They're all good bowlers in the stands and on the banks. He looks better. Got a run. Just enough.
Still 14 inches away. Normally you'd expect that to get beat, John.
Yes, and Robert now needs to find a good one here, because I expect Darren to... He's got that feel now with the second one to get a third bowl in. Now then, Rob. Good line. How's the weight?
I think it wins.
Well, he's waving his arms, Robert. He expected that to bend a bit more, I think. It's a short ball, and that's all that counts at this stage. Well, another chance for Robert.
Yeah, and to be fair, at this level, it's a reasonable chance as well.
Well, I think he's got to get this in, because I would think Darren will attack the side bowl, the short bowl that he's holding, if he doesn't. Now then, Robert.
He's leaning.
He's got to stop. It's just overweight, you see. Doesn't get down once you're overweight. The question here is whether he'll go for that green bowl or try and draw. Might be tempted, because if he gets the one green, he gets the other one as well.
Yeah,
it's a solid.
The only drawback is if he catches his front red, he may clear the 2 front red out and drop a 3. We'll soon see.
Yeah, sticking with the draw.
He looks interested in it.
Got a bend.
He'll not bend if it's over pace.
Got a bend. Will he get it solid? Not quite enough. Still one green. Well, that change of length has certainly worked. It's changed the game, taking the momentum away from Darren Burnett.
Yeah, to be fair, John, we did call it, and as you say, it's worked very nice for Rob so far.
I mean, he hasn't played brilliant on either end, but he's scored the shots, hasn't he? And that's all that counts. He won't mind a scrappy game as long as he's picking up the ends. Can't quite work why he's on that forehand though, because he generally he's played a better line on the backhand side.
Yeah. To my memory, he's not actually found a decent bowl on that forehand. Line's good.
Yeah, that's a good second.
Darren turned his back on it very quickly.
Yeah, cracking line, but didn't send it.
Maybe pushing this one forward. This doesn't quite look there, I don't think, John.
No, I don't think he's quite reaching. Didn't look particularly good when he put it down. It's a missed chance, isn't it? And we could afford to arrive on that. If he gets the jack, makes 2 or 3 out of it, gets the bowl solid.
Makes a couple.
It's very negative.
I think probably the only thing in the back of his mind is if he knows if he's just overweight on that hand, it just hangs off. Good road from Darren again.
Yeah, better wait. Has he got enough to run though?
See, look, as you say, you look at the head and it looks very tempting to have a yard or two, turn the bowl, turn the jack. But my experience on the rink, it just holds and holds. You're nearly as well to try and draw the shot onto the jack and make a couple that way. It's a harder shot, but I think the percentages are with the draw. And you know me, John, I like to attack, but
I've always thought you were a very aggressive man, Greg.
on the green only. Or on the blue. Cracking line.
This looks good. He's played this well. Oh, it didn't get down, and you see, you were right. With that yard away, it just wouldn't get back.
Looked good all the way.
Yeah, and from our position, he didn't look that heavy, to be honest with you. He looked better weight than that.
Looked really, really good.
Amazing.
And I bet Robert liked it halfway down. I bet he was thinking, I'm all over this. By the looks of the hand signals that you two are exchanging, that's what he was thinking.
Yeah, he's looked up at me through the comedy box and he's just said it's holding off, and it's actually kicking away with that extra weight. It's quite amazing, really.
I thought you were on the motorway and it was an overtaking manoeuvre that you were signalling.
Well, Darren's having a look at this now. He's tempted by the forehand here.
Yeah. Play the plant and score a 3 or a 4. No. Sticking with the draw. He was very tempted though, forehand, wasn't he? Played the plant.
He looked at it long and hard. He's gone back to the draw now. How's his weight to get back? Now back to the longer length jack. Well, chances here for Robert.
Looking long and hard at it.
So one red. Well, Darren's sticking with the backhand. He's got to be a little careful here. Anything solid on the green, he'll go one down. Must be on the wide line to get round that green ball. Well, just about scraped in there.
Got away with that, I think, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it just about dived away at the last minute.
Any improvement on Robert's second bowl, he must be in for shot.
Looks better for weight.
Needs to miss his own then.
No, I didn't lift it over the seam, and I think he's still one down. Well, I'd be tempted to go forehand if I was Darren here, wouldn't you?
Got to be forehand. Ideally just draw just past the jack, count and cover a little bit. Nope. Stick into his backhand.
It's a wide line. Good weight, he might get down.
Regardless, wherever this finishes, I think Robert will be right through this head. So much in his favour to go straight through the middle here. He's got all the position at the back. His own bowl coming into the jack.
Yes, he'd be very unfortunate for anything to go wrong.
Two green bowls out clean, that's the only thing that can go wrong, but he'd be very, very unlucky, I think, for that to happen. Yep, straight through backhand. What's he going to get? Needs a result. He's right down the chute. Perfect.
Yeah. Got a few out of that. Good result.
It just looked it. I was surprised Darren didn't switch to the forehand and try and count and cover.
Yeah, he could have dropped a 3 or even a 4, certainly 3.
Two out and 2 measures.
Oh, Robert's skipping around. Seems a bit happier now.
It was a nice shot to play, wasn't it? With good position. As you
Good
say,
shot.
And when you get a good result as well, it just lifts you that little bit, doesn't it?
Certainly does, and I'd say he's right back in this match.
Especially if he could win one of these measures, score a 3. He's certainly struggling to win that one.
That was the one in doubt, I think. The other one, I fancy the other one.
That's
Well,
closer, that one.
certainly closer. But back to the red ball. Yeah, 2 it is. Still a good 2 though. A 5-1 lead. That's a narrow line from Darren.
Any touch is a good touch.
It certainly was. Two red.
Tempted by the drive, I think. Doesn't want this to build up into a 3 or a 4.
No, if he goes to the drive, it'd be good to hit with this one. Don't want to miss it.
Certainly got good weight. Oh, that's a great result, especially if the jack has stayed in. If the jack has stayed in, it's an awesome result. If the jack's right in the corner, Darren's got no chance. There's the bowl. And there's the jack.
Yeah.
That's
right
one
in
on
the corner.
It's the worst possible place on the green to try and bowl to, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd be taking exception of ball to even get close to this. It's a good attempt.
That's a great effort.
That's a great effort.
But if he rolls another roll, he's off the rink. That's close to being off. There we are. A great effort.
Yeah, that's he went for the winner really then, didn't he?
Anything sort of a yard short's good here, John, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean he's going to count with this, isn't he? It depends really how ambitious then Darren is. I think
Yep.
Darren will go for second.
Yeah. And that's what he's done. He's just said, there we are,
Yeah.
Darren.
Well, really, I think Darren's got to look just to beat that ball now. Doesn't want to lose this one. He's still in the game at 6-1 in this set, but if he lost this ball...
He's certainly wider.
Yeah, he certainly is. Just needs to get down now. Past the last ball.
Can he get past it? Nope.
Yeah, that's a good 2 for Robert again. Stretches his lead.
It's 2 ends now, 2 good strikes, 2 good results. Just makes a massive difference in the set then, John, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's just, you can just feel the change in the game. Darren pretty dominant in that first set. Just feel in the second set he's not quite catching the line and length as well. And Robert's picked his game up last couple of ends.
The interesting bit will be if Robert does take this match to a tie-break. Normally you give the jack away on the tie-break ends, but this has clearly been a game of 2 lengths. If you win the toss, you decide to keep the jack, be brave.
Yeah.
Be interesting if we get that far.
Yeah, it's a good comment you make there, Greg, because it's no good having the last ball if you're not confident you can get close with it. Certain lengths here, you can see Darren's toiling on the shorter jack, isn't he? Not really playing as well.
Still a brave decision to take the jack, isn't it, and give the opposition last bowl. But as I said, we haven't quite got to that stage yet. Doesn't look happy with the delivery again, John.
No, I wasn't comfortable with that. He's got better weight though, he's coming down. He was right though, it just didn't quite have enough in it. Yeah, go forehand, play safe.
Yeah, late shot. Last thing he wants to do is turn Darren in for another. Just.
Yeah, so you don't want to give your opponent, he's scratching a little bit at the moment, you don't want to give him any encouragement.
This is good. Really good. Just a forehand draw, I think, for Rob.
Yeah, similar ball. Didn't want to stop Jack high, I suppose, to give his opponent a catch, but he did drop onto the side ready, be good ball. Decent line if he runs. No weight. Well, I can't see a lot here for Darren other than the draw. It's a possibility, I suppose, of using his ball on the backhand side, but you know, if you hit that, anything could happen really.
Yeah, he put his foot down there on the backhand, and then he shook his head as if to say, I don't really think there's a shot there. But he's shaping up backhand, so this will be weight, using his own bowl and looking for a result. Measure for second, I believe.
Yes, if it is a 2, then that tie break is approaching.
What's that famous saying? Game of 2 halves.
Most certainly. And in this format, sometimes it favours the guy who wins the second set going into the tiebreak. You're in with the momentum then. He's put the jack in the ditch. I don't think that's fatal, but Darren go walk about with that now. Take it back to the back of the rink. Yeah, it's been, as you said, very much two halves. Long length against short length.
What would you do if you won the toss, John?
I think I'd have to take it.
I think if you had a coach or a manager, I think they would be saying, yeah.
I think you'd
Looking
have
at
to
the
take it and go
stats.
short, because the stats show that, don't they? Robert's been picking up more ends on the short length.
But as you know, you just hate to give your opponent last bowl, don't you? Because that could come back to bite you. But I would agree with you. I think if I won it, I would keep it.
Yeah.
But it's easy sitting here. It's different when you're out on the rink.
The thing is, Greg, if you win that first end, then you know you're going to have a choice on the third end.
Yep. We'll see in a few minutes, I think.
Yeah, that just shows you on the longer lengths, Darren, much more comfortable.
Can Darren pass the short green bowl? No.
Well, got inside it in the end, but he made the second one.
Again, reaction wasn't good, was it, on that one?
Didn't seem to like it.
No.
Actually, it wasn't that far away.
Yeah, he just obviously knew it was just fair enough not to count.
He may have dropped in. Robert's having a right smile there. He might have dropped in for the third.
Well, if it has dropped in for the third, Robert might decide to try and drive and remove a couple of reds. If it is only two, I think he'll just draw on, try and get a good second. Sensible though, using a timeout.
Yes, wants to close it out here. Didn't want to drop a three. Well, he drop a four. He need to drop a four, but Dan's got to score 2 4s to keep in the set. Will he get the drop? Hang in. Well. Well, the question here, if he's lying 3, this is a draw for 4 to stay in the set. Yes, my co-commentator just corrected me. This is N7, of course, so it's not that dramatic at the moment. Got 2 more ends left. Maths was never good in school with me, Greg. I was more an English boy.
Don't know whether he's made that into 3 or whether it's just 2. think the way Roberts pushed those away, he fancies just the 2. Umpire called. Measure time. Two keeps him in the set. A 3 just gives him a little bit of a sniff, doesn't it?
Yeah, 3 would. With 2 to play then, the next end would be a very big end.
Looks like 2, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's going back to the green. I think it's 2.
Do you want me to work it out for you, John?
I've worked it out now. I've got my little calculator out, and it's 6 in it with 2 to play. So
2 3s or a 2 and a 4, mate.
I'm okay now.
Needs a good opening bowl.
Not bad. Oh, Darren's turned away.
Looks pretty good to me.
Enough for a second anyway, Greg. I think he knew he just dropped a little bit of weight.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Darren. It might not be a bad bowl, but it's not quite where he wanted it. He wanted another foot of running and bang on top of the jack. Rob needs to find one. This could be the one. Well played. Big question for Darren now. Does that plant catch a piece of the jack, or does the green go past clean?
Yeah, it's difficult from our angle. It looks like he's getting a bit of the jack to me.
No dramas for Rob though, just draw another. If he can get another in, we'll guarantee this end, and then we'll march on to the tie break.
He's going deep.
Darren's had a good look at it. Does it pass the jack? I'm not quite sure it does. I think it just catches the corner.
Yeah, my money would be on you getting a bit of the jack from that angle, Greg. I suppose he could have a go at it. He's playing it.
Looks under.
Tie break time. Yeah, that's deserved. Robert was a better player in that second set, so we're 1 set all. That will get interesting on the toss of the coin.
I think Darren's won the toss and he's taken a while to decide what to do. Yeah, as we said, he thought long and hard about that decision. Robert might not be disappointed at losing that, and then...
Well, it would have been a hard decision for Robert. I think Robert would have had to take the jack, given, the, as you said, the stats during the game. Darren is probably gambling here. If he could take this end, you know he's going to go long on the second. He'll probably go the full length then. So he's asking a question of Robert.
Yeah, it's that gamble. And the gamble is he wants last bowl, which 9 times out of 10 most players take.
And I say his insurance is that if he does win this end, he's going to have his own length playing the second end to kill the game off. Difficult for Robert here. Now he needs to get a close start here. Good first bowl. It's not bad, but he never got back to centre.
Both players as well, obviously good tie-break players. Come through a lot of matches on the tie-break. Very experienced. Matched each other.
Yeah, didn't want to bend either.
Seems very reluctant at a shorter jack, doesn't it, on this hand to get back to the jack, to get back to the middle of the rink.
Reckon you'll have your swingers out on this one too, Greg?
To give them an extra polish, they'll always turn that little extra.
Yeah, just round past, not a bad bowl. It's not killing it though.
Two or three locks there as well now, isn't there? Darren's pushing this forward, urging it forward. Needs to stay up.
Still one green.
That looks a good road. Has he pushed it up there this time, John?
Got a run. Yeah, he's not reaching.
Oof. That was a chance.
Well, you know, there's a couple of chances here for Darren on the. There's even on the other side now, isn't it? Just to turn his own ball down. It's all about confidence, really. I mean, if you're confident on the hand, you'll draw it off the backhand.
It's, as you say, it's a draw. Either hand, he may be tempted. That forehand, as you say, any touch on the red ball will make shot. Taking his time, used a timeout, very wise. Backhand it is.
Well, he certainly pushed that.
Looks reasonable. Needs to find something.
Yeah, I always thought he was just running with that. Well, it's a funny end, this one. Neither player can really kill it off. Chance for Robert. I'm just wondering whether Robert really... He doesn't want anything too close. He wouldn't want to fill in one of the gaps there.
Yeah, if he fills one of the gaps, Darren will be guaranteed to run at it. And it looks a big target, but it's a very interesting end.
He's got to go for something closer, hasn't he? But, you know, doesn't want to leave him a catch.
He found the middle of the rink with his third, so he'll be desperate to find the middle of the rink with this one.
Looks better. Needs to stop though.
Just going to run through.
It's going through as well.
He's leaving Darren. Well, to be fair, I think there's only one green, so Darren might go for a takeout.
If he's got second, that might be the option. Playing his last line, increasing the weight, but Oh, he's going on the backhand. Well, I don't know.
He doesn't
He
like it.
doesn't like that, does he?
He doesn't like it. He really didn't like that from hand. Wow. And Robert's going to keep the jack.
That was predictable as well. Advantage wheel.
Yeah.
Watched Darren quite a bit last year. Did a few commentaries on him in the Commonwealth Games as well. And he always found a way to win, Greg. And he needs one of those here again now.
And to win major championships, obviously, you need to find that
Yeah.
winning formula. As you say, he's done it well all year,
Yeah.
both indoors and out. And as you say, he's got to do it now. He's got to win the next two ends. He's
Yeah.
up against it. And again, he's turned his back on this. Darren is one of those players that knows very early if the bowl's wrong, doesn't he? His body language always tells you. What Robert wouldn't get for a front or a back toucher here. Line's good enough, but I think he's still pushed through a touch.
Yes, definitely. He's just not quite
No,
getting
just
back.
Not quite getting back.
It's still beatable, isn't it?
Most definitely. Darren's followed this half the way down, so he must fancy this one.
Still one green. Yeah, I thought Robert would have to switch sides there now. Well, he hasn't sent that at all.
Something looks wrong with it.
Oh my goodness me.
It's all going on.
Well, Darren, it's a good chance for you. You're going to stay in this match. It's an opportunity.
It's one of those strange ones, John, isn't it? If you're playing a draw, you don't want to catch your own bowl. But if you're playing weight, you don't want to catch a hole. So you've got to make up your mind, be positive, either draw or either play the weight. He's interested in it. Can he get to his own bowl? Any promotion on his own bowl will win.
That's
there we
enough. Oh, well.
Looks to be a draw either hand to me.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes for the two bowls, he's going to leave Darren a lot of room to draw with the last.
I think he's going to leave too much room for
Yeah,
the last bowl. I think he's just got to
definitely. I
pick
think
a hand.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to play that forehand, but he hasn't played it particularly well up to now.
I really don't think it matters. Just pick the hand that you fancy,
Yeah.
draw the shot,
Yeah.
make Darren play that last bowl. As you say, it's either hand, whichever you feel confident.
He may go back to his backhand here just because it's a safe option for him. More comfortable on that side.
Using all his experience, taking his time as well.
Well, he's looking at it.
Needs to be dead pace to get back from there.
He's looking at it.
What a great bowl.
Oh, that's a great bowl.
That looks like a winning bowl to me.
Yeah, that is a great delivery. Good decision then. Went back onto his favourite backhand and drew a front toucher. That's a cracking bowl by Robert Wheel.
I think Darren's got one chance only here. Forehand with weight, catch half the bowl, move the jack and run through to score. This is incredibly difficult. Looking for half the green bowl.
Oh, he's got it. Will he stay on? Oh, that's a great shot.
Fantastic shot.
You called it and he played it. Brilliant. Brilliant shot. Yeah, what I'd say about finding a way to win, isn't it? Huh?
Absolutely. Spot on there. You could try that 40, 50 times and perhaps just get it the once. As you say, finding a way to win. Brilliant
Incredible.
shot.
Incredible stuff. Robert must have thought that front toucher was enough to get him over the line. Couldn't have played it any better. And a bit of magic from Darren Burnett then.
And he had to get it half bowled as well.
Yeah.
If he got it solid, the live bowl would have just followed through.
But it's got to go right then, isn't it? As
Yep.
you said, he could have hit it, come off, spin away into the ditch or out of the rink. It's a little bit of fortune to stay on, but you've got to give him credit. It was the only shot and he played it.
Yeah, played it with a good weight because he had to stay on. He had no back bowls.
Yep.
Perfect shot.
Grandstand finish. Fair to say, in this direction, last couple of ends, it hasn't been great, has it? So it's who's going to find it, I think. Simple as that. First in.
Yeah, both players are probably thinking, if I can just find one this end, it'll probably be enough.
Darren didn't like that again. I'm a bit surprised Darren hasn't changed sides.
Yeah, Robert swapped early in the game and didn't find the forehand, but Darren hasn't tried that, has he?
No. I think he did play one or two good bowls on it early in the match, but hasn't really picked it as his first choice hand.
This looks better. Now, of course, into the third tie-break end, we can actually nominate and kill. Not on the cards probably now, but it might be later in the end.
Yeah, he's going early. He's decided to go early. Oh, that's a good strike. Good decision there, because I didn't fancy him to beat it on the draw. Very good hit. Got to do it again now, Rob. Just got to settle himself. Marcus clearing the debris. Robert, of course, has got a toucher in the ditch now. And this is going to be important. Can he reproduce that bowl again?
I think he looks a touch quicker, doesn't he? Or no? Line's certainly good enough.
Will he get to centre?
Well, he's played a brilliant bowl.
He's played it well.
Brilliant.
Played it well.
That's
Good bowl. Very good.
top notch. Puts Darren back under the pump now, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Darren doesn't want to. He can't afford to miss this on the wide side and take his own red off. That won't leave him anything at all.
As you say, he's got to hit the target.
Really.
Got to hit the target. He's just hit with his second. He needs an identical bowl with his third. He likes it.
Oh, he's got a result off that. The red ball is just trundled, isn't it? The green ball caught the red ball. He's probably got the shot out of that. Well, that was a maximum, Greg.
Finding a way, finding a way.
He hit it. You can't fault that he hit the target, but after that, everything went right. Robert's having a look at that. What do you think? I fancy it's one red from here.
It looks red from here.
Well, there's certainly enough room there.
The line is certainly good enough.
Looks a good line. Looks very good.
How close is he going to get? How much room has he left, Darren Burnett, to draw? 18 inches, 2 feet. Hard to see from here, John, isn't it?
Certainly is. Not a lot of room. Just wondering after 2 strikes whether he'll go for green into the other green. It's a gamble, isn't it? You have to hit that first green straight. Tough shot. Oh, he's drawing it, he is.
Forehand draw.
This will be a hell of a ball if he draws it.
He's getting closer. He's getting closer. Getting closer. Roberts' bowl's just fell out. He's done it. He's done it. Roberts' bowl fell out. Roberts' bowl fell out, and Darren's has just sneaked in front of it to win the match.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable finish.
Had Roberts' bowl stayed up, I don't think Darren would have got past. He's found a way.
That is an incredible finish. We said about finding a way to win a game. Darren Burnett does it again. Finds his way over the line 2-1 in his first round match. Incredible finish to the game.
He won the European Masters, which gives an automatic entry into all of the WBT ranking events. Put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Ben Sherwin. And ladies and gentlemen, he's up against none other than the former world indoor champion, ranked at number 8 in the world, Stuart Anderson.
Yes, good afternoon again, everybody, and this first round match between Stuart Anderson and Ben Sherwin. I'm joined in the commentary box by Mark Dawes. What do you think about this one, Mark?
Should be a good game, John. Probably both know each other reasonably well from junior days, similar age, the pair of them, and I think Ben's looking forward to it. First real time on the WBT, got a chance in all three events, so I think he'll be looking forward to it, and I actually think it'll be a good game. If he can play to his best, he can certainly give Stuart a game.
Yeah, I think that's always the bonus, isn't it? I mean, you've come through as a qualifier. If you can win the tour card, it gives you 3 chances. Sometimes in the old days when you win one qualifier, you just get one crack at it. It's more pressure, isn't it?
I think so. I think that's the main point. You've got a chance of settling into a tournament rather than worrying about having to win your first game and stuff like that. You know, whilst you don't want to lose in any of the tournaments, you're not putting as much pressure on you and you probably play your better bowls.
Well, despite being a young man, of course, Stuart's still very, very experienced. Former world indoor champion. Good performer on this portable rink.
Good start from Ben, that'll settle him down.
Yeah, seems to be playing with a good swinging ball as well, Mark. Got a nice drop there.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. He usually does. It's playing with Ben for a while, and whilst he swap balls, reasonably, but he does tend to have a nice little bias on them, really. Good again here.
Very good. No nerves there. Good start to this game.
I think that's what any qualifier needs, isn't it, John? The first 2 or 3 ends, just to feel like they're in the game, settle their nerves. They've earned their place here, so they are good enough. It's just to settle down, and the top 16 are used to the portable rink.
Yeah, you're right there, Mark, and I think, if you can get out the blocks pretty quick, good chance to, if you win the first set, to take the match then.
Yeah, I think it's just get yourself feeling confident on the green, really. That's the main thing. You can do it on the carpet, and the portable's just slightly different, so just get yourself settled into it.
That's good again. Good effort. Not a lot on you for Stuart.
No, I would imagine he'll just be trying to draw around his own ball. Had a couple of feet. There's not a lot else on. He's having a look to see whether there's a possibility of running down at things, but
it's a foot in. He's looking at the strike on that ball. Difficult to predict after that. If you hit that, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think the angle he put his foot at, he could get the 3 green balls away, but anything other than that angle, and it's a bit of a, like I say, could be a lottery, could end up anywhere, really. Not really got great position as it is.
Oh, good strike. Hit the target.
Yeah, he's got the ball pretty near for getting all 3 balls, to be honest, and that was the problem, really. Any other than the perfect contact, he was probably still dropping at least a 1 or a 2. Decent start, and again there from Ben. He'll be happy with that first end, got himself settled into the game.
Yeah, he seems to got a good feel for the carpet at the moment. Quite sent that one.
No, it's a few, especially in this direction. Quite a few of the games I've watched earlier, a lot of short balls coming this way. Just, you've not quite necessarily as far as the last one from Ben's, but just a couple of feet. I don't know, it's pulling up a little bit more than perhaps when people practiced.
Yeah, I think I sat in the arena this morning watching Jason Greenslade play, and after the game Jason commented, and I could feel it went quite cool in there mid-morning. The air conditioning came on, and I think that does have an effect on the surface. Certainly slows the green.
Yeah, and if it does, it's hard to convince yourself that it has got slower, and you've got yourself in a rhythm, and then you can't quite get yourself out of that to give that extra little bit of a push.
Well, that's right. On indoor carpets, the change is quite small, isn't it, Mark? If you're playing outdoors and you get a thunderstorm, the green's going to get heavier. But indoors, those margins are so much smaller. It's difficult to adjust.
Yeah, and the adjustment, like I say, is so fine. It's a matter of feet and inches, really, fractions, and that is quite difficult sometimes to adjust to. Bit of a scrappy end here from both players, really.
Well, Stewart's looking to just increase his weight now. Should get the drop back.
Stewart's last just stuck on a high line there. He looked pretty decent and just stuck off.
That's quite a wide line as well. Good weight he might get down. You can see it coming late.
Well, it's a help at least. Might be third ball.
Stewart's giving this a long look. I'm just wonder whether he's tempted at the 2 balls.
Yeah. Certainly wouldn't be surprised if he switched to the backhand. It's just like you say, whether he's just going to just overdraw it or go straight down them for him.
Yeah, he's playing the balls. Looking for a solid contact on the first green. Doesn't want the half of it. Well, he's got it good. That's really well played.
Excellent ball, that. Just got enough for the first ball to get the second one away as well, and he's left himself with 3 shots.
Yeah, it's a good end for Stewart to get a 3 because he hadn't played really good opening deliveries with his first 2.
One of them ends, John, where sometimes you have a scrappy end, someone picks up a sort of daft 3 in a sense. Ben will be a bit disappointed with his second and the third having had a good first. left Stewart with an outside chance, and Stewart's played it well. I mean, the first two ends, Stewart's hit 2 good runners. First end didn't get the result. Second end got it perfect. But like I say, it never looked like someone was going to pick a 3 up, and he's managed to get one.
Well, seems to like the forehand in this direction, man.
Yeah, he's got a decent swing. The backhand he can just hold off if you get a little bit wide. I mean, Ben's balls is coming back well, so it probably would suit that as it happens. But point of preference, he played the forehand coming back the other way as well, so maybe just slightly favours the forehand through choice. Chance to get this one right in there, with just 2 short balls from Stewart. Not sure he sent it though.
No, dropped the weight.
It's very infuriating, John, when you've got a chance. Nobody's more annoyed than yourself at stuff like that.
Yeah, so opportunity missed. Well been there though.
Well done it. Another chance though.
Yeah, big chance again. Stewart's not quite at the races on his draw at the moment.
Nice green.
Get past the front. Yeah, he's played it well. Well, I just wonder if he tempted again here. Little runner.
Yeah, down the backhand, yeah. It's not really, like you say, not found the weight on the draw at the moment, but the 2 ends he's ran at things, he's hit perfect, so it'd certainly be a temptation down that backhand.
Very controlled.
Well, he's up after it. Oh, he's played it perfectly. Excellent ball from Stewart.
Yeah, it's just over the draw. Really played it well.
Yeah, Ben was a bit unlucky with his third. Just sat it all out. Left Stewart a chance, but fair play to Stewart. Played it really well. Ben just sticking to the forehand draw. Decent effort.
That's a good attempt. Great try. Well, 2 last balls from Stuart Anderson. Gives him a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, I mean, Stewart will be over the moon to be 4-1 up. He's played, like I say, 2 or 3 really good last balls. And obviously, hopefully, he'll be thinking that'll kick him into getting his first 2 up near the jack, really.
Decent opener there.
Yeah, it's more like Stewart's standard, really. Ball again from Stewart. Bit of a malfunction, I think, on the shot clock. I don't. That wasn't. Just see if we can sort that out.
Yeah, so the siren going off is normally a notification the time is up on the delivery. I think it's a technical hitch there.
Yeah, and I don't. but not even started his delivery, so I don't think he could have been timed out for that one.
All this modern technology, Mark.
I know, yeah. Always brings problems. Looks like from the you see the shot clock isn't on at the moment, so I think they'll probably just try and get that sorted and probably just play without it for the time being.
Yeah, it's a bit like my alarm clock back home. Goes off when you don't want it to.
Snooze is the favourite button, isn't it, John?
Yeah, it was only a cheapie though, Mike. Pound stretcher.
As well played again here, Stuart.
That's a 3 shot there. Not easy to beat, just enough room.
Yeah, just trying to drop a couple of feet off his last. Near the line with both.
Don't think he's reaching though. Well, he might get the gap. And I think that's the 3rd ball. Still 2 to red.
Stuart's just sticking down the backhand. Just try and drop round his last ball. Nice, well played.
Yes, sat back as well. Got a chance. Alan Ben, same line, foot more weight.
Well, let's give him it a chance. All down to his pace now, he's close.
Brilliant ball.
Brilliant balls, well played there. Needed it and come out with a really good ball.
That's a big difference. He could have been 3 down there.
Yeah, 7-1 and you're starting chasing the set really, but 4-2 and also the confidence it gives you as much as anything. Even, you just normally picked a 1 up, you'd just got on with the set, but the fact that you've played a good last ball and give yourself confidence for the start of the next end.
Got a few supporters in the crowd. Mark, I can see a little group with T-shirts on. I think it's Team Ben on there.
Team Ben, yes. They've even managed to get the Robin Chock from Hong Kong to get wear one, I think.
I can see that. Robin's obviously must be Must be on payment there for that.
I think they've adopted him, John. I think
He's adopted.
That's what it is. I think they've adopted him. Take him under the wing. Yeah, Ben was chatting to him before, saying he was, so glad that obviously got a few supporters, made the effort to come across.
Hasn't pushed that.
Both players, when they're missing, both players have just been dropping a little bit short, haven't they? Just, it seems like not many balls past the jack really in the first few ends. I don't know if it's an indication it has slowed down a bit, but.
Yeah, I think you're right, Mark, and I think they are a little bit tentative. I think it's very easy because, as you've said before, it's a good weight rink, isn't it? If you've got good weight, but if you just play over the length, the ball doesn't get back. So I think there's been a little tentative, trying to be so neat with the weight.
Yeah, trying to almost be perfect with it rather than just giving yourself a chance, trying to just push through it. Ben's running down the forehand here now.
He's got the jack, he's opened it out.
Yeah, it's better than it was. No, I think it's just stayed in. So
stayed in?
Yeah, I think it just might have stayed in the rink. It might be quite in the corner, which might make it awkward as well, I think. Just wait for Sandra to mark it up. Yeah, Stuart's got to get right out towards the advertising boards out there, as near as he can. Well, certainly further than Stuart's. Just how much it bends away now. It's enough for the shot.
Yeah, that's certainly the short ball. You've got a fancy Stewart to beat that, though.
Yeah, both players just sort of tentative, not getting right out to the boards there with both the first efforts. But yeah, like you say, Stuart only needs probably 2 feet in his last. Draw the shot.
I'm not certain he's pushed that as far. Might run on.
No, he doesn't look happy. I think he might have dropped it short again. It's by the same ball.
Yeah, single to green.
Yeah, I thought Stuart would have got in there. So.
Yeah, he weathered the storm a little bit in the last 2 ends, hasn't he?
Yeah, both players are sort of the person you think's almost going to win the end. It hasn't done, sort of the person first in. The others have sort of recovered with last balls. Really, it's almost taken 2 or 3 balls to sort of find a pace. I think.
Yeah, certainly. Ben was in a bit of trouble on that end after the first 2 deliveries. He ended up coming up with a good single. And he's a little bit loose on this end at the start. It's well poised though, 4-3.
Yeah, you feel whoever gets in first could go on to, take the set, but the way the ends have gone, that hasn't actually been the case, really. It's been the sort of recovery balls that have done all the damage.
Stewart from the Auchinleck Club, Stuart Anderson, of course, famous for another world indoor champion, Hugh Duff. Strong bowls area in Ayrshire. Current world number 1, of course, Paul Foster, is also an Ayrshire man.
Yeah, he's not a bad player, I believe.
So they say. Pretty decent, I think, Mark. Paul is in this event and will be playing, I think, on Monday.
I'd imagine he'll be the favourite for the event as well.
Yes, anybody looking to win will look to get past Mr. Foster, but it's a strong field. Alex Marshall, Greg Harlow, Mark Dawes.
Not quite sure I could be put in the same category as them, but yeah, there are some good players in the field.
Again, a little bit loose, Mark, isn't it? It's not a tight end.
No, it's really sort of just, they're all both players just scratching around, really. Both will feel they've got a chance to win the set for that reason, really. If they just feel they get in there.
Yes, you wouldn't be nailing your colours to the mast and saying one player's going to win at this stage. It's a little bit scrappy.
Just trying to draw in on the forehand here. It's good effort. It's the shot, certainly.
Good enough for another.
Yeah, Marcus Sandra McLeish said she favoured the green, so it's probably 2 shots. Stuart just sticking to the forehand draw. Trying to sit the last ball. Just needs to work back.
Took a long time, didn't it?
Perfect pace. It looked pretty good halfway down, and I think Stuart's surprised that it didn't get back. Let's save one, and 4 all after 6 ends. Anybody's set. Ben's just underneath the line again. Well, Stuart's up after this one. Just played a good ball here. and switching to the backhand. Just trying to draw in. Well, on down to his weight. Line's good. Oh, unlucky. Just fractionally overplayed. Just didn't quite get enough of the jack. Stewart just sticking with the backhand, trying to get around Ben's short ball, can get down to sit at the back one. Just fighting the line there. His weight's good for it. Ben will probably have to switch back to the forehand. Just draw up to it. Yep, he's out there. Might have just gone a ball wide, I think. Well, Stewart's weight was good with his last. He'll probably just try and bring it in a ball. Try and draw to Ben's back one. Switching to the forehand. Needs to hang on before he goes. Weight was alright, but just Ben no weight. Still nothing in the set, John. There's, you know, no 2 ends to go. Still anybody's really. Feel someone could just put a good end together.
Yeah, could go either way. Got a feeling that Ben needs to win it though, Mark, because I would suspect that Stewart will probably pick his game up the longer the match goes on.
Yeah, and I think whichever player does win it will have a great deal of confidence from it in the fact that they won't have played as well as they can in the first set, but they've won it, sort of thing, and that might, you know, have a detrimental effect on the other person, really. It's a good starter, yeah. This is where Ben needs to capitalise. He's got a chance, got his first ball in there, and he's got to, you know, put at least another one in there. I think that's the couple of times he has played a good first ball. He's let Stewart off a little bit with his second. Stewart's last ball there just stuck out again. That's 3 or 4 times coming in this direction. He's just struggling to get back to centre rink, really. He's put a lot of good weight down there and just can't get back. Ben's, I think he got a bit bigger swinging balls, might get back from that line. It's back enough.
Well, a little trail shot available to Stewart if you wanted to play it.
Yeah, it looks nice for any movement on the jack. Anywhere within between a foot and sort of a yard is good. Not always the easiest shot to play on the portable rink though. So he's playing quicker for it. Needs to hang on.
That's a bad miss. Chance here for Ben.
Yeah, line 2. Chance for him to have the extra. And sticking with the forehand. Just trying to drop inside his own. Might have just gone outside the line. Well, 6-5 going to the last. The way the set's gone, you wouldn't be that surprised if Stuart got a 1 and they end up with a tied set. The way it's been going. Both plays a little bit loose for the opening deliveries. Ben's got a second chance to get in. Well, he's out in a good line again. All down to his weight here as he pushed through it. Not quite enough again.
Yeah, it's not good stuff. Doesn't want to leave Stewart another chance.
Stewart's running on a bit again. It's a shot, but you feel it should be beaten. Well, same line as his last, and 2 feet in's good. Just drifted by. A chance for Stuart here. Get one right on it. Puts the pressure on Ben with his last. Chasing after it. I think he likes it, it's good.
Last ball in relation to Jack, please, Sandra.
1.5 inches past.
Just a little disappointed, I think, that it just poked its nose out, so it's giving Ben something to rest on. All down to his running. It's just dropping short, I think.
Yeah, just gave up at the last moment.
Yeah, Stewart's line 1. Just working out how he can add another.
Be a little bit careful he doesn't get the touch on the green, drop it over.
I think that's what he was looking at. I think he was looking at if he just sat the green down, whether that would be shot or not. He's just called a timeout. The shot clock's back working again, so he's just called a timeout. Played such a good one in his last. Just stick to the same. Well, just needs to run.
No, just a single.
Yeah, probably on reflection, a fair result for that first set, John. Not the highest quality. Both players will probably freely admit that, but and probably both happy that they got away with a half, really.
Yeah, I think that was a true reflection really of the match. It was a bit scrappy. Both players had their chances, but probably 6-all, fair result. Everything to play for in the second. Just feel that Stewart needs to pick his game up.
Yeah, I think you feel it's one of them games that the first person to pick the game up might be enough, sort of thing. You know, first couple of ends of the second set, obviously, are crucial. But just to try and find a rhythm, both players maybe get one ball there, but not the consistency that they're both used to seeing from these two.
Yeah, but Ben will feel he's got while Stewart's playing a little bit loose, he's got a chance if he can step in and put the pressure on.
Yeah, and as a qualifier, you know obviously how good the top 16 are. You think, well, if you get that chance where they're having an off day, like I say, got to make the most of it. Better start from both players on this end. Jack's a bit shorter this time, John, away from the tee, and I wonder if that's maybe Stewart's felt he's been struggling to get back. Certainly the forehand coming this direction. He's maybe just taking it away from there and see if these balls react a bit better further up the green. Might have just fallen back. I'm not sure if that's enough a shot. Been wasting no time, didn't even wait to find out who was in. Straight on the mat. He knew what he wanted to do. Stewart's switching to the forehand. Looking to arrive on the green ball to squeeze it to his own. Just hanging wide. Ben just looking to draw through the hole on the backhand between Stewart's two balls. Just lacking weight. That was a tentative effort, John. Obviously, I think Ben favoured he was short, so decided there was not really much to gain from going near that one.
Yeah, too dangerous, I think. Single on the board.
Both players sort of playing a longer jack length, generally, you know, sort of 3/4 to long. I just wonder which one will change first, really.
Yeah, Ben's looking at, he's persevering on his forehand in this direction. That's where he's played his best bowls, probably. I don't think he'll look to change.
No, I think it'll probably have to come from Stewart. Like I say, I think Ben's probably, whilst not overly happy with his overall performance, he's still in the game. You know, he's in the game and he's battling away, sort of thing. Stewart will probably, you know, maybe want to change it. His balls haven't necessarily been reacting as well on this longer length. Just fighting to get back off that line. Falls in for shot. Oh, Ben's nicely out there this time. All down to his pace. Played it well.
Yeah, good ball.
Yeah, forced Stewart into the switch onto the forehand. Just trying to draw the shot. Touch on the jack's the bonus.
Not reaching.
No, that was a line as well. Well, Ben's not quite as wide as he has been down this hand. I think he's certainly under the line. He's lacking weight as well. Perfect pace for Stewart, but just one ball wide. It's going to be one to Ben again. Start to the second set for Ben. 2-0 up. He's just grinding away, keep picking the singles up.
Yeah, he's just plugging away on this longer length.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't need to be spectacular, does it? You've only got to be nearer than your opponent. Doesn't always have to be, peppering we all like to pepper the jack all the time, but it's only about being nearer than your opponent. And that's what both players are trying to do, really, at the moment. I think it's both scrapping about a bit.
Yeah, it hasn't been a classic, Mark.
No. And both players know that, and I think sometimes the more you try, the sort of harder you find it, don't you? You're sort of finding every little, that ball won't quite bend back enough and things like that. And
typical first round match, really, isn't it? A lot of cases you get this in a first round.
Yeah, and it's sometimes when one player struggles, but you both tend to just not quite find it.
There's been some very good bowls, but there's been some loose ends as well.
Yeah, it's strange as well because both players playing completely different hands. Stuart's playing backhand round the clock, really, and Ben's playing forehand. But neither player's sort of finding a consistent line and length.
Now then, Stuart, you take advantage here. Good line in.
Yeah, looks good here. Just needs to run the last little bit.
Yeah, superb line in again. Just not quite the weight, and it's been a symptom, really, Stuart.
Yeah, just that sort of, sort of 18 inches, 2 feet around the jack at times, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of in the area, but not quite up to his usual high standard. Ben's pushed through this one, though.
Yeah, it's a loose end again for Ben. Yeah.
Chance for Stewart. His last ball is awkward on the backhand, but he has played a lot of balls that have finished wide on this forehand, so it's how comfortable he feels. He might stay with the backhand, trying to drift around his own. Well, good line again. Missed his own, he's good, just can't get past it.
Not quite again.
I'm a bit disappointed with that. I wanted to put one right on it there, put Ben under a lot of pressure. Some measure for that third. Certainly giving this some to do. Loose end there from Benny, but disappointed having started well in the second set. Might have thrown a cheap 2 or 3 away. Well, Stuart needs to miss the front again. Well, Stuart's took advantage, 3 shots. Gets himself back ahead in the set. Another little scrappy end, John, really, again.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Ben. I mean, he gets 2-0 up and he plays a very loose end. He ends up dropping, what is it, cheap 3 really, isn't it, Mark? You know, it's not a particularly good 3.
Not at this level, no. He'd have been hoping for one of his balls to be near. Again, a couple of them good weight, but just struggling to find the centre of the rink, and I think that's been indicative of the game, really.
Yeah, it's been, as I said, some really good balls played, but a lot of very loose stuff as well. At the moment, Stewart's sort of getting away with it. You just feel if Ben could have upped his game a little bit more, he could have put him away in this match.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Same for both, really. I mean, Stewart the same. If Stewart feels he could have, obviously both players will know they can play better, but
it's not easy though, and sometimes, as we said, those small margins adjustments are quite difficult on the portable rink.
Yeah, and once you start having to fish around for little bits, it's easy how it just carries on throughout the whole game.
What Ben doesn't want to do now is off the boil and start losing a couple of doubles, and suddenly the set goes away very quick. It wasn't a good opener, well short.
Yeah, and he's well in the set, like you say. It's not, it's fractions that need to be improved on, and just don't want to keep giving Stewart chances, really. I feel he's going to come to at some point. Better effort here from Ben. Just needs to run the last bit. Stewart doesn't look happy with that one. It's only a couple of feet. Obviously knew he's just that little bit heavy. Shake of the head.
Another chance here for Ben.
Switch into the backhand. Don't play many balls down this side. He's just pushed through it this time as well. Stewart's just looking to drop 2 feet off his last. Can really put Ben in a bit of trouble if he can nail this jack. Falls could be enough for another. Yeah, I think that's 2. Ben just going to draw to the last ball. Well, needs to be dead pace. It's a good effort. Have a look at it. It's drawn the shot. Excellent ball.
Yeah, that's a big get-out ball. Needed that.
Yeah, just enough. Always fighting it down on that backhand coming in this direction. But big change there. Going 5-2 down would have been starting to look a little bit bleak, but 3-all. Everything to play for.
Yeah, I suppose if you're a gambling man, Mark, at the moment, the way the set's progressing, it's like a bit like the first set. You'd possibly go for another tie.
Another tie. Yeah, well, You probably would. I wouldn't like to put a great deal of money on anything at the moment, John, in this game. The way it's gone, I wouldn't really be surprised. Like you say, you wouldn't be surprised at all if it was another tie. It's just got the feeling one of those, really close games. Well, good start from Ben, and a great response here from Stuart as well. Two excellent homing balls.
Yeah, that's what these two players are capable of. No doubt about that.
Stuart just looking to slip around his own. Anything past is good with the way the head's set up at the moment. Finishing a good spot.
Yeah, it is a good spot, isn't it? Right in line with that jack.
Yeah.
Keep it tight though, Ben. He doesn't really need to attack this.
No, that's the key. It's just, anything just past on the forehand, round his own, gives him a chance. Well, I'm certainly searching for it here. Nearly drawn the shot.
Oh, what a ball that is. Very unlucky, brilliant ball. Might give him a chance now.
Yes, excellent effort there from Ben. Just sat away. Like you say, just possibly giving an option of getting the edge of his own with his next. Should probably stay on the backhand, just try and anything beating his own, his second ball. Obviously try and be a bit nearer, but just past again. Means Ben has to be careful. That's the angle Ben's looking at. Just getting the top edge of his own ball to turn Stuart away. The problem obviously is if he gets any contact onto Stuart's shot ball, moves the jack, and he's two down with Stuart a ball to come. So it's a risk and reward one, this one, I think.
Yeah, I suppose, it depends if the Stuart Anderson ball is sitting right on the jack. If there's a gap, it could very well go clean without the jack moving.
Yeah.
We can't tell from this angle.
Yeah, I think like you say, he's just looking if he gets his own front one onto the red and moves the jack back, probably, it's a difficult one. He's just trying to play it with that nice pace. Just sails by with that pace, really. It's the way it was enough for it, but just won't get back. Important there for Ben. He had to pass the jack because otherwise it would have left Stuart a chance to push his own ball onto the jack and put it anywhere, and he would have made 3 or 4. So Ben's last ball might make Stuart think about it. He possibly could still play it, but it might just stick to the draw. He's got to wait for it, but just pushed it out on the wide line.
Well, still very tight in the second set.
Yeah, a bit of a better end that one though, John. When it all told, what balls in position, a bit closer order there, taking on that one.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
good quality there, Mark.
Hopefully that's a sign of things to come over the last 4 or so ends. Stewart's gone really long this time. Full spin onto this backhand, which I don't actually think would be that bad a thing. He's just cut his line a couple of times on the forehand with it. It's been a big swing. Might actually help that that ball's blocked him out.
Good start. That's very good.
Important for Burnett to get this one in as well. A couple of times he's played a good first and not quite capitalised with his second, so. Line's good for it again. Stewart just looking to arrive down the forehand. Got his own ball to promote. Oh, he's in the area. All about his contact.
Oh, that's a good ball. Very good.
Excellent ball there from Stewart.
Yeah, it's picked up the quality in the last two ends. Both players.
Yeah, he got to the business end of the match, and like I say, the standards increased. Bench fraction more weight down there, and it just sails by. It's got to be dead pace down that backhand. Stewart's sticking with the forehand. I think he's just cut the line. That might be second prize. Ben's just looking at the angles. It doesn't look to be set that great, really. There's nothing guaranteed to get him shot. Just taking a time out, give himself more time to think about it. Yeah, just sticking with the backhand. Just on the draw. Well, just fighting to get back.
Good effort. Really good effort.
You see the ball all the way down, just fighting to get back. It's got to be dead pace. It looked nice there for Ben to just be a couple of feet over, turn the jack, but it was seemingly his third. It just hangs past, makes it difficult to play. Stewart looking for a couple of feet in his last. Still not quite pushed through it. Second chance for Ben here. They want a good line. Just needs to start to slow, I think. Stewart's front ball is the shot, but looking to add 18 inches.
Yeah, it's a good line in again. Needs to bend.
Here's good here. It's number 1. Ben switching to the backhand. Knows he can set the last ball. Okay, might have just got through this a bit. Just needs to bend. Second ball.
I just wonder whether you'll come in on the blind side, so to speak, on the forehand rather than leave a catch on that backhand. Up inside, I thought he might.
Yeah, didn't want to just leave on Jack High and leave. Probably leave Ben a chance of running down with 2 best back, wouldn't it? Really. So
that's right. I think it's a sensible decision, this, Mark.
Yep, just needs to get round the front, and he's probably good here.
My goodness, he's good if he reaches.
Oh,
that seemed to hold off, didn't it?
oh. Yeah. I mean, he's got back for a second, but it's definitely did a bit of a
wiggle.
A bit of an outside wiggle there, that one.
Definite wiggle there.
Well, Ben, I think he's hunting for this. Just not going to get back once it gets out there.
No, just held away, and that's a big double for Stuart Anderson.
Yeah, 7-3 now, 2 to play. Stuart just pointing out there about his last ball that did a bit of a right turn.
Yeah, he's just edging away at the right time, Stuart. Just doing enough.
Yeah, like I say, the last 4 or 5 ends, the standard has gone up a little bit, and like I say, just doing enough. Stuart just get in there and just scoring the ends, put a run of ends together. And where we thought he might go shorter, he's actually gone longer and gone near enough full length. Four shots with 2 ends to play. It's still doable for Ben. Couple of doubles. It's not, gets him to a tie break. So, however, this starter doesn't help.
Yeah, that's a good starter. Just what you need when you're 7-3 up with 2 to play.
Important for Ben to reach. I think he's left it short. And a good ball from Stewart, just past. Well, needs to be reaching. Line's good. Just needs to arrive.
Yeah, the problem with these two green balls, they're not really in the match here. They're the wrong side of the jack.
Yeah, it was a better attempt in the second, but still probably lacking just a foot of weight, wasn't it? Really, foot 18
Yeah.
inches. Even slipping past would have given him a
Yeah,
a
they're out to
chance.
play, aren't they, Mark? Where they are, they're not going to be affecting the end. Stewart doesn't want to get too close to this. Yeah, gets the centre. This is a good ball. Doesn't want to drop off it and widen it. Well, that's pretty good, I think.
Yeah, got a good connection there. Ben will have to go straight through this, I think.
Off target, but that was a decent result.
Yeah. Like I say, he'd have been disappointed when he let go of it, and it's a little acknowledgement there from Ben. You know, acknowledging it was a fortunate result.
Yeah, he's going to be matched down though, isn't he? When he plays his last ball.
Yeah, and realistically, I mean, one, whilst gives him a chance if he scores, it's still difficult getting a 3 last end. I mean, said that, he'd probably taken it in the position he was in a ball ago.
Yeah.
Well, no option but just try and draw.
Stay in the match.
Yeah, give yourself a chance going on the last, you never know.
Has he sent it? That's the question. If it runs, he's good.
Not sure he has.
Sad end for Ben Sherwin there. He was in the game, but just fell away badly in the end. And that's a victory for Stuart Anderson.
Yeah, he just felt that it was whoever just sort of upped the game a little bit before the other, and Stuart just did enough and ended up winning the second set 8-3.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, up against him, it's the statesman for our games, one of the all-time greats of the sport, with over 100 caps for England, world rank number 10. Please welcome Andy Thompson, MBE.
Thank you, Richard. We're here today, and it's an interesting game here between Andy Thompson, 3 times former world champion, and Kevin Jones from Canada. Kevin's been across quite a few times. I think it's his 3rd year in a row in Scotland. And I had a roll up with him yesterday, and he was quietly confident. Certainly keen to impress. As with any of the qualifiers, important the first few ends. Get his first few balls, settle the nerves, and obviously try and put Andy under pressure. Decent starts from Kevin, but a little bit of space for Andy. Looking for a bit of an adjustment on his line from his first. Excellent ball there from Andy. Joined in the commentary box by Richard, who's hot-footed his way up from introductions. Good afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon, Mark. They say running around like a blue what's-it-did fly. But, this could be an interesting game because Kevin has got a big reputation overseas. It's whether he can bring it across to the portable rink. He's been here on a portable, this is his 3rd time, so he's no stranger to it now.
I think the key is obviously he plays a lot of his balls outdoors in Canada, and he's saying to me yesterday when I rode him, the greens are sort of 10-11 seconds, so coming across the portable, it's how he settles to the different pace. Obviously he's a good player, he's been in Commonwealth Games, etc. So he obviously played a game, it's just adapting to the different pace of the portable. And obviously Andy's used to it, he's played on it for years, so first few ends are key. If you can get yourself into the game, you have half a chance. Good effort there. Just needed a fraction.
Kevin, steer this ball, was that the back one or the front?
Andy's just late too, just going to draw on the front one. Let's add another. Not sure he sent it.
No, it's looking a drop a little bit short there. But he'll pick up a couple to start the match off with. But you were saying about adjusting, Mark. Well, of course, many people may know or they may not know, but you're a Crown Green player, so you have the same. You have to adjust yourself.
Yeah, a lot of the time, fortunately, it's 2 separate seasons, so I'll finish the Crown Green and then go to the indoor. So the first couple of weeks, 2, 3, maybe even first month is difficult, but once then I'm fortunate I can just stop playing the Crown and concentrate on the indoor. But it's like anything. It's the same. The start of the indoor season is the same for most players having to transfer from outdoor to indoor. Just obviously we have an advantage as the British-based players that we play more indoor than some of the overseas qualifiers, who obviously some don't have indoor clubs and are playing, you know, a lot of the time outdoors on slower greens.
Yeah, I spoke to Kevin, and Kevin said one of his worst things was having to adjust to the jet lag as well, because they don't have a lot of preparation time once they've flown in.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, and certainly having seen, been around the venue, and 2 or 3 overseas players, they do put the time in on the rink to get the practice in, but they are playing catch up a little bit to start off with.
Yeah. Well, that's not a bad first bowl from Kevin. And he looks to have picked a nice line down there.
Yeah. It's a connection with the jack.
Yeah, well played.
Good pace again from Kevin. Just struggled to get back there. And he obviously feels that Kevin's ball's just awkward on the draw, so just switching over to the forehand. Needs to run. Just fell out, I think. Yeah, umpire Alan Thornhill there, the marker. He's just confirmed that it's just one. Kevin just trying to overreach, which is not an easy shot, and he's just pushed it wide. And there lies one. Back position isn't great, really. I'd be tempted. He might be tempted to just come round. Seeing obviously Kevin was chasing him in his last.
What, just to put in a cover bowl, you mean?
Possibly just, yeah. Don't really want to give him a chance. Just slip round his own. If anything just past the jack, he can score and cover at the same time.
No, he's definitely decided to play a cover shot there in case Kevin plays a little. What I think is one of the hardest shots on the green, which is to play a little running bowl.
It just tends to end up like this. Just get outside the line and
Yeah.
it will not get back. Wasn't even a lot of weight there, but as soon as you get outside the line, it's just holds straight for a long time. So Andy takes a 1, takes a 3-0 lead.
Andy, of course, has been about for a long time, still retains his, almost makes it look effortless delivery.
Yeah, it's the desire to still compete at the highest level after the length of time he's played is, you know, incredibly impressive. Important for Kevin here. If you see him try and get himself on the board, don't want to set. If he loses this end, suddenly the set starts to slip away. Just needs to calm the nerves.
It's gone a bit tight with the first bowl, short as well.
Slight adjustment from Andy, but not much, so chance for Kevin. Well, he's not got that away overly well either.
No.
Bit of a missed opportunity there. Probably force Andy into the switch into the forehand. And he's not running either. A sloppy end from both players.
Oh, Kevin's pushed it out a bit wider this time.
Yeah,
He's
much
got
better
a bit
line.
more. Yeah, looks like he's got a bit of a better weight on it. Just needs to start to work now. Well, Alan having a quick look there. Kevin has pinched it.
Yeah. Not brilliant, but it's enough at the moment. And it just looked to miss that ball really on the draw. Gets just inside it. Can turn the jack, but he won't really just be drawing really. Either side of the ball.
No, not quite. Just gone to his other group of two.
Yeah.
So this does give Kevin a big chance now. You can just pop another one there, pick up a two.
Yep, should be enough. Well, that'll please Kevin. Pretty loose end to be honest, but managed to pick up a two.
Yeah,
Okay.
that puts him on the scorecard for the match anyway. Well, it looks like Kevin's sent a reasonable one. He's a couple of foot short of the jack.
Yeah, I noticed in the last game, especially coming in this direction early on, both Stuart and Ben just dropped that sort of 2 feet yard short early on. Wondered if maybe it just slowed down a little bit from when they practiced. So interesting to see whether Andy and Kevin have the same problems. Early indications.
Funny you should say
yeah,
that,
early
because-
indications suggest that they might.
Yes. Of course, sometimes it's difficult to adjust because you think you've played the right weight for the length. and-
Yeah, there's nothing worse than thinking you've played the right weight, because then when you have to adjust, it's almost twice as difficult, really.
So yeah, Andy there keenly watching the line of his bowl to see if he's made the necessary adjustment,
There's many adjustment in
which
weight.
he has.
Kevin just looking to add 2 feet on his last.
Well, he certainly put a bit more on.
Better pass than short, but still gives Andy a chance to add an extra. Good line. Yeah, he's played it well.
Yeah, very good, Andy. Very well played.
And that's where the 2 short balls of Kevin's first 2 are now awkward, because he's almost blocked the big weighted ball. He's just running through it, looking for a good result.
Well, he needs a bit of lady luck here. Oh,
Well, Hazen suggests he got a lot of lady luck. I think if that green ball's still in, and Jack will be respotted, and he may actually lay 1 shot.
well, he definitely lays one, but you'd put a bit of money on Andy to draw that one now.
Yeah. Get right out to the edge.
Certainly taken a good line. And here it comes.
Played it perfectly.
Absolutely spot on.
Yeah, well, Kevin will be fairly happy really to only drop 1 there. He was in a bit of a mess and got a good result with his running ball. Was off target and got a good result, so to limit the damage to 1, he's probably happy with that from that end.
Well, as some people say, not only do you need the skills to be able to play at this level, but you do need little lady luck sat on your shoulder sometimes.
You do. It certainly helps.
Good opener from Andy.
Certainly found a tight line down there, Kevin. I thought it was a long way
I
narrow,
thought
but
it was very tight, but he's held it virtually.
it's not gone far at all.
Kevin's ball position.
And it's just racing through again.
Just going to catch Kevin's ball.
Well, going off his first line, I would suggest that must be wide, because he's certainly
It was
outside
light
it.
and heavy.
And just looking to drop a yard off his last. Well, on a decent line.
Yeah, tracking in quite nicely. Just a little tickle on the jack.
Excellent ball there from Andy. Good adjustment. Kevin switching to the backhand, trying to follow that last ball in. Well,
Taking a slightly wider line.
it's got to be dead pace to get back from there. Anything over and it won't get back. Andy's just switched to the forehand. Just drawing up to it.
Looks like he's played another corker here.
Excellent ball.
Sat right on it.
No.
Kevin's got to be looking for weight here. I
No
think.
messing. No, it's just under
Just
it.
going to miss it.
Oh. No damage done. I think it's still 2. Did get his own ball, but it's still only 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, good recovery balls there from Andy's. First 2 just fractioned over and then played 3rd and 4th excellent balls. Forced Kevin into weight and Kevin just pulled it tight.
Yeah, it's always difficult playing with weight. You've got to be absolutely perfect to pull off the shot that you need. But of course that takes Andy into a 6-2 lead. So it gives Kevin quite a, I won't say a struggle, but a hard time now to come back from that.
Yeah, 4 ends to go. He's still time, but you know that you're getting to the point where you can't really afford to lose an end. Otherwise, you're looking for 2s and 3s, which against a player of Andy's quality isn't easy.
Andy's first bowl, about 2.5 foot short.
This is when Kevin's got to really take advantage. I think if Andy does give him a chance with his first ball, he's got to get straight in there. So it's a good effort here.
Just pulled up slightly.
Andy switching to the forehand, trying to just drift around his home. Couple of feet in, he's good. Line's good for it.
Looks to have the perfect weight as well. He's just coming through. Gone about a foot behind, just over a foot.
Well, Kevin's turned his back on that one. He's definitely got through it.
Yes, he's definitely not looking too happy up there.
And he's just going to drop 18 inches off his last. Oh, he's all over the line. All down to 8. That's enough for the shot. Kevin sticking with the backhand. Well, he's on a searching line. Needs to have some weight on that line. Don't think he has.
Yeah, no, that'll whip now, won't it? That'll go straight, yeah. It's a goner.
Difficult for Andy. He's holding 1. A temptation would suggest that Kevin might run at this. He's only got 1 ball in the head, but certainly look at the last one was a searching line, so he might just be tempted to go deep here.
Yes, he's taken a much wider line, so I would think he's put a bit of weight on that. Well, he's not gone as deep as I thought he would have done.
No, I mean, Kevin's got to be careful because he's only got 1 ball in the area. It's just with the line he put his last down on. I wondered if he was, sort of searching for the weight. It's still drawable off either hand, but it's just however confident Kevin feels, really.
Well, it looks like he's gone for the draw, but taking that line again. You've got to be spot on with the weight, and he's too heavy.
Yeah, wonder if he got caught in between two minds there. He knew he couldn't risk the runner, but it was almost worth. It's almost worth having a go, to be honest. You got the jack, you're doing right back in the set.
Well, he would have been, because he had the best back, he had the wing bowl. If he could have pulled that jack all the way back, he could have picked up a 3.
Yeah, I mean, the draw shot was probably the right shot. He hadn't really sort of found the line down that hand, so he might.
No.
I wondered if he just might fancy it.
Well, once again, Andy leads off. Nice line. And with the way he works his bowls, that line, if he's got his weight, he should sit right on the jack. Which he has done.
Kevin switched to the backhand going this way. Has been playing the forehand. Has followed Andy down the backhand with Andy's ball there. Well, good line again. His weight's decent as well.
Well this afternoon, Andy.
Yeah, he's putting Kevin under pressure with his first 2 balls. Kevin's just, sort of scratching around a little bit.
The trouble is that does put Kevin under a lot of pressure straight away, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
He's not being allowed an opportunity.
He's not allowed to settle, really.
No,
and Andy's been professional. He's put balls in there. And they just drift round. Anything past the jack is good.
Yeah.
Don't give Kevin a chance to get back into the set. Well, better line from Kevin. All down to his weight. Just pushed through it, I think. Not a lot, but and just switching back to the backhand. Just looking to draw him. Even beating the green ball's good.
Or is he looking to sit? Well, that's really good bowling from Andy. But that has left a wider target there for Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever weight Kevin fancies. He could go right through it, or he could just play a nice, just over the pace down the backhand. Not an easy shot to play. Just trying to trail a jack with a couple of feet. He has got 2 waiting for it. That's the highest reward shot, but the difficult to play. So he's going quick.
Well,
difficult because the shot looked nice just to play just over the pace, but it's a difficult shot on the carpet. So he took the go straight down it and will be disappointed that he missed the target altogether. And he's
well, yeah, it's a difficult choice to make, isn't it? If you're going to play just over the weight, it's probably one of the hardest shots certainly on the portable to play, because they will drift if you're not careful, if you haven't got it dead right.
Yeah, I think that the issue was, obviously, it's 10-2 now for Andy, but even if he got it, hit the ball onto Jack, I could see him losing one anyway, which is 8-2, and chances are you're going to lose a set from that position anyway. So just thought he might try the perfect ball, because if he did get it, it was right back in the set, because he could have easily picked a 3 up.
Once again, Andy's taken the nice high line, so if he's got the right weight, which I don't think he has this time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kevin needs 2 4s. He's just probably just worth him winning the end, really. Just try and win the end. Just give it's almost like a free end. The chances you getting 2 4s is very unlikely against someone at this level.
Correct.
So just try and win the end. Get yourself into a rhythm and get yourself prepared for the second set.
And from Kevin's point of view, as you said, 2 4s is highly unlikely. So really, just to try and get into your draw ready for the second set.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, unless there's a chance of a 4, I wouldn't even be worried about playing weighted balls. Just draw 4 balls, get yourself comfortable with what you're playing. If there's a chance of a 4, obviously go for it. You never know what might happen, but just get yourself into the set, really. And he'll just split the 2 green balls. Well, he might just split it because Kevin can drag it in between the 2.
Not quite as easy to do that now. That will go any second. There it goes.
Yeah, well, can't see Kevin getting a 4, so it's either just get a bit of frustration out, play a little run up. Got connection as well.
Well, there we are. And he takes the first set. So let's see if Kevin can settle down and start to play something in the second set to give himself a chance in the tiebreak.
Yeah, first couple of ends are crucial in this set, really. And he's been, steady. First couple of balls, there and thereabouts, and Kevin's just not really hit it with his first 2, which has then put him under all sorts of pressure, to be honest. And he'll just be looking for more of the same.
Well, he's gone slightly longer on this cast. Good opening bowl from Andy.
That's been the key, really. Just not always right on top of it, but thereabouts. And too often Kevin's unfortunately had one somewhere near, but his other ball's not always in play. Again, just racing through a little bit here.
Yes, it doesn't look like as if Kevin's really caught the pace of the rink. Kevin's gone a bit wider, so hopefully he's if he can just find his weight. He's not got a bad line. It's really his weight that's failing him at the moment.
Yeah, and it's not consistent. It's not always his short. His couple of ends,
Yeah.
couple of balls is short. The next end he's a little bit too far. Just not quite getting the adjustment that he needs. Well, and then needs to run. I think he's quite far enough. There's still a bit of room for Kevin. Good line again. All down to his weight. It's a good effort here.
Looks much better.
He's played it well.
Yeah, well played. That brought a little smile to his face as he walked down.
He'll know it's not going as well as he would have hoped, but the good thing with sets play, he's got a chance. His first set's gone, doesn't matter what the score was, and
Yeah.
get himself back into it in this. Just looking to draw down to it, just over the pace, could turn the ball.
I don't think he's there.
No, just not got rid of it.
No. So that does give Kevin a chance for a 2.
Yep, good start to the set for Kevin. Bonus if he can add this one in.
Koenig's got a decent height for the start of it. All on his weight,
It's
but
just
that
not
looks,
quite reached.
No. So he takes a single.
Interesting to see what Kevin does with the jack length here. Whether he goes for a radical change, might bring the mat up, I think. Let's put the mat up. Jack on the tee.
Well, it's not a good opening bowl.
No, he's starting to set well, and he's just wanted to get his first couple of balls right in there and tight. It's giving Andy too much room. And just took full advantage as well.
Yeah. Well, Kevin's still got some room there. He definitely cannot find his weight. He's seems to be fishing about all the time.
It's almost taken him 2 or 3 balls to find the pace, and that therefore he's only almost playing with 2. He's sort of taking his first 2 to sort of give him the pace, and then he's got more chance with the 3rd and 4th. But at this level, that's going to put you in a whole heap of trouble. Switching to the forehand. Still just on the draw.
Well, the line looks reasonable.
I think he's running again though.
Yeah.
And he'll just look to drift around his own 2. Anything beating a last ball's good. Counts, and just round on the cover. He just needs to run though.
Yeah. Might just squeeze past.
It's a small adjustment for Kevin. Just wants to drop 18 inches off his last. He's not happy, I don't think. He's running again, I think. A bit disappointed with that. Got himself off to a good start in the set, and he's going to throw at least a 2, if probably a 3. Not sure if Andy's short ball is quite in, but you'd expect this one to be added. Missed the front one.
No, looks like he's... Well... And he's been given 2. Asked for a measure.
Yeah, just a measure for the 3rd.
Yeah. It must be very difficult, Mark, when you're out there, or indeed any match, and when you are struggling for weight, how do you try and lift yourself to get yourself back into it?
I think it's just try not to beat yourself up about it. Sometimes the harder you try, the worse it gets. So it's trying to just relax and know that it's... And sometimes it's just even a small change, whether you just alter length slightly if you do get in, or even just stick to the same thing and just take your time, sort of thing. Yeah. Not overly. If you try and overanalyze it, sometimes it can just make your head go in a spin and you go even worse. So I think the thing for Kevin is just trying to get the first 2 balls. Even in play, it doesn't have to be, sort of right on it, but in play at the moment he's putting too many balls that aren't in the game at all. They're not, they're not nowhere near. So, and he'll know that. He's a good enough player. He knows what it's all about.
Yeah, well, Andy's gone back to his favourite length.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to change anything. He's playing well enough, doing enough at the moment to be winning the game. So just stay as it is. Keep putting balls near the jack. He started well again.
Yeah.
Weight's better, just fractionally wide there.
50.
And he feels that ball's in his line, so he's just sweeping over to the forehand.
Coming in well on that hand as well. He's just going to catch his own front bowl, give it a couple of rolls. Well, that will have helped him. He's cut it down to 1, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's just looking. He'd like to play the backhand here, but I think he's worried about that front ball, so he's sticking with the forehand. Just drift round his own 2. Finishing a good spot. He's played it well, I think.
Again, perfect line, perfect weight. Look at that.
Falling back on the jack. Well, Kevin just trying to arrive into it. Just Just won't get back.
Oh, is he going to get a slice? No.
No. I'm just looking at it, it's not set. Bad for him at the moment. Kevin has got the best 3 back. You'd think if Kevin ran at it, something would go back with it as well, but maybe worth just covering. Anything past the green balls,
Yeah.
gets both spots. That's a good ball from Andy.
So what's Kevin got to play here? Just batty yard on, do you think?
It's
Just
difficult.
try and
It's a
get
difficult shot to play a yard on. Really, he's got to
Yeah.
be the confident thing. He's had got to basically dead draw it or go through it. If he gets his only loses one more, he's 2 down anyway. The yard on shot is so difficult to play, and there's not a lot of reward for it either.
No, look, there it goes. So once again, Andy picks up a level.
I think Kevin might have been worth just going straight through that. He said it wasn't, he may have still lost 1 or 2 on the spot, but just to free his arm up, it might have just, find out more of a rhythm. So
Andy's gone a little bit longer this time. Not that it's made any difference. He's popped one down there again.
yeah, very professional job so far from Andy. Just doing what he needs to do. Nothing spectacular, but just doing enough. Making Kevin make all the running and have to try and change what's going on. It's a better start from Kevin.
Once again, Andy's just drawing away nicely.
Switch into the forehand. He'll just drift round again.
I think the worst thing for Kevin has been his inconsistency on the weight.
He's putting him under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah.
And he's perfect on the spot. Kevin's got to be tempted to run at this now, I think. Open it up.
Yeah, he called it right.
He's got his own though, unfortunately.
Oh dear.
It never rains, but it pours.
It's when you get that sort of sinking feeling in your heart, isn't it?
Yeah, it's off target, but not good to get both his own balls off. One of them would have been bad enough, but to get both of them off. And he is in a whole heap of trouble.
Well, That's not a bad bowl from Andy.
No, Kevin just on the draw. It's the only shot he had.
Looks like he's running. He is.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's cut one out, but still 3 to Andy.
yeah.
8-1. This set's going away fast.
Almost like a truck going down a hill without the brakes.
Yeah, it's difficult for Kevin. He's not played to his potential, but in a lot of ways not been allowed to. Andy's done the right thing. He's got in there first and forced Kevin into playing the difficult shots on the carpet, which are just overreaching bowls, and as the level of difficulty, Kevin has struggled with them.
Oh, once again, Andy. He's although he's gone through slightly, it's still not a bad opening bowl. Kevin, unfortunately, even though he's been given an opportunity, he just cannot find his weight.
Yeah, this level, Andy's opening ball, whilst it's not bad, it's by his own high standards, it's a chance for somebody to get in, and
Yeah.
unfortunately Kevin's not been able to take those chances really in this game at all, because you know that Andy's going to improve at his second, which he has done.
Kevin really is fishing about, isn't he? He's totally lost the feel for it, really.
Yeah, it's not a good place to be in. He is struggling, and he's not a lot he can do about it either. Really, he's got to keep trying, but it's looking a forlorn hope at the moment.
If he could just nick one end away, that would give him a little lift, and maybe.
He'll go straight through this again.
Missed it.
Yeah, and just in the professional thing, just throw one past.
Yeah.
Both free spots, best back. Kevin going again.
Oh, it's massively wide. Well, another 3 to Andy.
Yeah, 11-1 after 5 ends. It's looking very grim for Kevin, unfortunately.
Not really a lot you can say for him. I mean, Andy is doing what Andy does best. He's gone out there. He's, like you said earlier, whilst he may not be plonking right on the jack with every bowl, he's doing enough at the very start of each end to put Kevin under pressure straight away.
Yeah, professional job, Richard. That's exactly what he's doing. You can't control what the other person's doing. I mean, Andy will know that Kevin's struggling, and Andy's just rolling his balls in there. At the end of the day, he wants to get through to the next round and obviously advance in the tournament. And for him, it's sort of been a comfortable entrance into the tournament, really.
Yeah.
You know, players know, they know that, you know, if someone else is struggling when you're playing against them, and, you know, Kevin will know he can play better. But unfortunately it happens. You can't do anything about it. You just got to try and learn from it and come back stronger.
There we are. Unfortunately as well, when it's like this, when one player clearly cannot find it and is struggling, it's not good for either player. Neither player likes it. They don't enjoy it.
No.
But you just have to be out there and do your job in a professional manner.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Andy will be happy because he ultimately is going to win the game, but it's... Yeah, you just not get as much enjoyment as winning a really tight battle. And also, sometimes, if you have an easy first round, you don't feel like you're quite into the tournament.
Yeah.
And then second round, you're not quite match sharp. Whereas somebody else who's had a tough first round almost has that sort of edge on you, really. Again, Andy just going around the back on the cover, up to the green balls. Kevin just looking to draw him.
Just can't find it at all.
No.
Well, there we are, Mark. Unfortunate for Kevin. Obviously, he won't have enjoyed it. Obviously, could not find his pace, and like you said, Andy did the job he needed to do.
Yep, that's all he did. Professional job from Andy. He'll know that he can play better, and he'll need to play better in the second round. And just feel sorry for Kevin that he just never found it.
Yeah. Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. That's that match. You have another match coming up in about 10 minutes' time.
first ever qualifier in the first ever qualifiers that we ever staged, and he played the qualifiers and won, and went on to win the very first Hooper International Open. Please give a warm welcome to Les Gillett. And from Nottingham, as quarter-finalist in the World Pairs and International Open World Rank number 15, it is Simon Skelton.
At the Cooperative Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2014. We've got Simon Skelton versus Les Gillett. And like I say, I think this was one of the games on paper when the draw was made. It's quite a quiet evening here at the Jewish Centre in Perth. And don't forget, if you fancy popping down and watching any of these games live, there are still tickets available. Let's see how we get on here. Simon's set a reasonably short jack to begin with. Good opener. Both these players have great experience of playing on the portable rink and in the WBT events. Simon just managed to clinch and hang into the top 16 spot last year, and Les was quite immaculate at the qualifiers at Lincoln, qualifying for 2 of the events. Good ball here from Les. Very good opening end from these 2 players.
My ball touching Simon's driver.
I think Les might just be under the line here. Always a chance to just get a nudge on his own bowl, might just push Simon's out or get to the jack. Simon's put this down on a very wide line. It's still left Les the option to just reach his own bowl. Yep, he's gone for the runner to try and tap his own bowl through. Great attempt. I think it might have just gone wrong for him. I've been joined in the commentary box now by Richard Maddison. Interesting game, this one, on paper.
Yes, it is. On paper, you've got, like I said in the introductions, Les Gillett been around for quite a while. He was the first ever qualifier in the first ever WBT event to not only win the qualifier but to go through and win the actual event itself, which was quite a few years ago now. And of course Simon Skelton, who desperately needs a good win in this event to keep himself in the top 16.
Yeah, I was mentioning to the viewers before, Les has qualified in 2 of these events for this year, and he's always just been on the edge of the top 16 for, well, certainly the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. Well, they're both really good players, so we should see quite an interesting match here.
Yeah, one of the interesting statistics that I dragged up earlier is that Les won the Bupa, as you mentioned, back in 1997, and he also won the Welsh International Open, as it was then, back in 2002. But now Simon's reached the final of a couple of events, but he's never actually clinched one. He's won the World Mixed Pairs with the very famous lady from Guernsey, Alison Merrion. But he's never actually clinched one, and like you say, he's fishing for some extra points here.
I see that Simon pinched a single on the first end of the first set. And Simon is a player who shows himself really well. He gets really into his bowls, not afraid to shout his bowls up or really the jack.
To be fair, we've probably got that with both of these players. Richard, they're both entertainers for a crowd if people fancy coming down and having a watch. One of the few left-handers that have made it into the high rankings of the WBT events over the years, Les. Very consistent, sticks with the same bowls. The famous Skelton stalk there, as he watches his bowl coming down the rink. Now, have you reached Les? Because it looked a very good line, but I think it might just be lacking.
Yeah, it's only just.
Of course, these players have had quite a long wait today because we've had several of the games go to match tie breaks. But as we mentioned before, very experienced bowlers, both of these, used to these circumstances, and we still expect a very good game. Commentators curse that when Simon leaves a bowl a yard and a half short.
Well, that does give Les an opportunity to get his bowl in there.
He's just got to adjust on his last bowl. He was in the area for it. Just that extra 18 inches.
Certainly got a
Doesn't
good
look far
line.
off this.
No, just slightly overweight. Yeah, you were saying about them having to wait. Unfortunately, it's when we're going live on BBC Scotland on Monday, we we have a condensed week, so the first day is always very heavy with matches, and it always has to be played out and finished on the Saturday. So unfortunately some players, when the draw comes out, realise at the back end of the day but it's still better than when we used to be at Preston Guildhall, when we used to have to play there under the old 21 up, and you were playing matches until 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning to get through the rounds. So not as bad as that now. Les keeping an eye on his line. His line's good, just dropping that bit short.
Yeah, just that 2 feet short. Still sort of feeling the pace of the rink now that they've gone on. They'll have both practiced earlier today, and it's just a question of picking up the pace now at this time of night.
Once
Good
again,
ball from Simon.
I was just going to say, once again, Simon has got the first bowl on the jack.
He was very close to packing in last year. I think if he'd have dropped out of the top 16, all the players know how hard it is to try and re-qualify for these events, and you've got to have some fire to really battle it. You can be playing 5 games in a day to try and qualify, which is what Les did for 2 of the qualifiers this year and got through. And Simon just managed to sneak his way back into that top 16, and he's looking to be putting them closer. Another good ball from Simon there. Body language, Les didn't like that. It doesn't look too bad to me. It's possibly just gone through, but again, a very good head from both of these players.
Yes, and from where Les's last bowl has just finished, it will give him a, depending on what Simon does with this bowl, but it could give Les a little opportunity. Simon is stalking his bowl, but I don't think it's going to reach the head.
It might have just blocked
Well,
Les's line up a little bit. If Les was thinking of playing it down our backhand, his forehand, he's going to have to choose it with a little bit more weight now to perhaps even promote that bowl that's been moved into the head. Yeah, he's gone with a bit more weight.
Les is
that's
looking
it.
for it. Can he get just... oh. Unfortunately, he was just looking for a little tap to try and shift the front red over the jack. Move the jack slightly to his backbone.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a umpire's decision for the second shot. Brian Daly, the marker for this match, just chocking the green bowl, and Dan Blewett, who's the umpire for the game, poised and ready to measure. Notice these 2 players standing to the back of the rink there chatting away. They're very good friends off the rink, both playing the similar sort of area, Nottingham and Leicester. And they meet each other quite frequently in the Super Series that's held over in Lincoln as well. So they know each other well, they know each other's games.
So it's just the single.
Yeah, it means Simon takes a 3-0 lead in this set, but there's still quite a few ends left, so Les is still in the game at the moment.
Well, it looks a good line from Simon.
Yeah, just drop that 18 inches 2 foot short. Les Gillett's found a good bowl there. Simon might just dip under. Right idea, trying to reach the bowl, but it just dipped under the line. Good bowl again here from Les.
Yeah, that puts a little bit of pressure back onto Simon for a change.
Neither of these players are afraid to take a run at something
No,
if the
they're
head's
both
building against them. Just tight with that. Both can be aggressive players, very flamboyant players at times. Mentioned before, Les has certainly stuck with these bowls over the years. I don't know how many stamps they've got on them, but there is favoured Green Masters that he's won many an event with. Mark O'Brien Daly indicates it's 3 green there, so this puts Simon under a little pressure with this bowl. He's gone for the runner again, Richard.
He has, and he's looking close. He's just dipping off. He might get off.
Now that leaves a lot of room for Les to draw another for 4, and the 3-0 lead all goes in one end. I suppose, as I've mentioned one of the players' bowls, I better mention that Simon, of course, is well known for playing with Drake's Prides. He's playing with his, I asked him today, he's playing with his professionals out there today.
Yeah.
As he feels that they're performing well on that surface.
Yeah, and as you say, in that one end, the 3-0 lead is wiped out. Reverse the score to Les with 4 and Simon with 3.
Both these players will be looking at this game as a job to have to do. They'll get their heads down and be thinking about getting through these first rounds.
Well, there's his first bowl, drops Fairway short.
A bit of an
Leaving-
exasperated look up at the commentary
Yeah.
box there.
Leaving Simon the opportunity to be the first one to pop it on the pill.
Well, Simon's still left Les room there.
Les has got a slightly wider line, but his weight's looking a lot better for this one.
Yeah, great
Yeah.
adjustment from his first bowl there from Les.
Yeah. That's one of the things at this level players are able to adjust virtually immediately. And here with both players having played many times in the portable rink, neither has an advantage over the other in that respect. It's interesting that as we watch Les's bowl coming down, I printed off the player profiles for both players, and they are 2 and a bit pages long for both of them. Just shows how long they've been on the circuit. Another good bowl from Les. Now Simon is under pressure here. He needs to be trying to get a shot off here. Elected to play just a dead draw. He's stalking it up. Just fell back.
Don't know whether it might have saved one there, or it could still be too green.
Oh, Brian Daly popped in to have a quick look. Les again going for the draw. Well,
Very close with this.
drawn another one there, look at that. Sat on as a toucher. So,
Well, now this might
come on then,
tempt,
Janice, give this one a call. What do you think
Yeah.
Simon is going to do here?
I don't think he'll be short at this. There is the possible split if he gets the middle green bowl through the head. It might stay with it, but he's still got a chance of a 2 at the back. He's got to try and cut this count down, Richard, and I think the runner is the only option. He didn't like
It's
that
going to
slap
swing.
of his wrist.
No, it's going to swing. So Brian Daly's just called 2 shots. So that's Les 6-3.
Yeah, Les has just really started hitting a length now. So both these players very, very good club players. They both play in mixed events as well. So, in fact, Simon's good lady wife, Jo, I've had the pleasure of trialling with her internationally in the past. Very good player. I'm sure she'll be at home listening to this. But Les obviously plays a lot of bowls around the country. He's one of the ones that will travel to play.
And we're just quickly looking at their profiles. Les came onto the WB circuit when it first opened, which was 1997, and 2002 for Simon Skelton.
Yeah, Simon actually started the year that Les won his last one, which was the Welsh. He won that in 2002. Back at the old Llanelli, that was, Richard.
Yes, I remember those days. Simon's popped one on the pill, so
Might just be running a bit. Not bad there though. Just behind, gives him options later on.
Yeah, both these players are very good exponents of the draw bowl.
Simon looks close again here. Les gone for the draw again here. Doesn't look bad. Has it got enough weight? Just give up. He won't be happy with that. Because he knows Simon will try and slot another one in here. Try and drag some of that lead back.
Yeah, well, Simon also just gone through, giving Les a chance with his last bowl. If you can either draw it or cut it down to a single.
He's changed his hand. Just trying to get to that back red bowl as you see it on the screen. If you can rest that, he gets shot. It's got to be the perfect weight with this.
Unfortunately not. This is giving Simon a choice, another draw and a possible 3.
Yeah, big chance for Simon here. Just draw to that back green bowl. And I think Les saw it coming all the way because he slapped his thigh as if to say flip.
Well,
Or words to that effect.
having a look, that red fell backwards. Les has given 2. Yeah, and
Yep,
Simon
2.
has agreed.
Yeah, that drags it back a bit. We're now standing at 5-6 after 6 ends, and we're just about to start playing the 7th end. It's quite interesting to hear the two players chatting away before they play the next end. Like I say, both players are of similar characters like that, so... Simon Skelton had a bit of a nightmare here last year as well. He actually dropped out in the first round here to the Irish qualifier, Mark McPeak. So it's not been a happy hunting ground for Simon in recent years.
Well, let's send that one on a really wide road. Hasn't quite come back all the way.
Yeah, this looks better here from Simon. Yeah, he'll be happy with that. Good ball, Simon. Well, this looked a good line from Les, but he didn't like it when it left his hand. Body language said he was short. Still watching it.
And short he is. Simon stalking his bowl. And as he pops another one in there.
Yeah, another good bowl from Simon. This
Well,
might
there is an
tempt
option
Les,
there
yeah.
for Les. Might just tempt him here because both bowls would go.
If he's going to go, he needs to be going now with it to not save it for his fourth bowl. I think he's thinking about it. Watching it. Must be
He's
close.
absolutely
Must be
looking at this.
close.
He's got them. Oh, look at that.
Well, that's sort of a second
The
prize. It's
the
going to leave a lot of room for a draw now.
Spinning top.
Jack will go back on the respot. Simon will still probably hold and possibly hold two, but it does open it up. Not a bad bowl from Simon, but it is trundling away a bit. There's plenty of room there for Les. He should be able to make the most of that opening up job he did with his third bowl.
Oh, that looks...
Well, he's risked that very, very wide line.
Yeah.
All on his pace now. Is it 1, 2 or 3, Les? Make your mind up. Les just said to Simon there, is it 1, 2 or 3 before he started looking at bowls.
Take this first one away. Take this one away.
That's obviously one then.
No need to go back. Don't rub it in.
After all that, it was just the one. So we're now 6 apiece with 2 ends left to play.
Mine never was that wide, was it? And it pulled it in.
So both of these players like to chat away and like the entertainment value. They both quite happily fit into the event that was a couple of weeks ago back in Blackpool, the Super Bowl. Both of these players would have loved that sort of atmosphere, I think.
Well, they're both outgoing players. Well, there's room for Les there.
Thought we'd get that mentioning, Richard, because I know we've got a few Crown Greeners listening in tonight. Trying to pick up some tips, I think, off these guys on how to play on the rink.
Yeah, well played, Les. Well, they certainly enjoyed it. It was a very good event. Simon looking to creep just inside Les's bowl.
This is all on the pace. Just going to go through the gap. It got a bit of a nibble on the jack, which slowed it down a bit. Obviously didn't slow it down enough, it's still 1 green.
They're staying on that hand.
This looks tight, but as a left-hander he can get completely
Yeah.
different lines to anybody else playing with a right hand.
Yeah, still short though, so still an option for Simon here to just come inside Les's, tickle the jack and trail for 2.
Is this reaching?
I think Simon's dropped it short. He has.
That was an interesting bowl really, because there was nothing for short there.
No. No, you can see on the look in his face he was disgusted with himself for that.
Yeah, well, he had 2 or 3 options. If he reached in there, he could have got Les's bowl, the jack. Instead, he's giving Les the chance to get another one in there. It's looking good,
And
this.
if Les can keep running, he's just inside his own.
Oh, Simon might be tempted at these. He'll come and have a look because he needs to see where that last bowl sat in relation to Les's other bowl, but there is the chance to take a runner at both of them. Might open it up enough for Les for his last bowl, but it might be worth it at this stage. It's either that or just the 4-hand draw. First timeout taken of this match. Of course, the players this year have got 5 timeouts each. Yep, he's opted for the runner. He's watching it.
He's just get an edge. Well, look at that. Jack's gone backwards. I can't quite.
No, I don't think any of us
It's difficult
predicted
to
that
say
one.
from here.
I thought there was a chance if he picked it up clean, it might come a
Has
long way
that
through at the
gone
back.
right back? So the front red is 1. Yes. Just been indicated that it is 1 red.
Well, Les is so good with the draw bowl. I think he'll just try and draw this. 1 down's not a disaster with 1 end to play, but 1 up or even a touch on the jack for 2 would be very nice going into the last end. Looking for the jack. Oh, very good effort.
Yeah. Extremely good effort. Just caught the edge. So Simon goes 1 ahead.
1 ahead with 1 end to play. It's been a very, very good game so far. Still chattering away out there.
Yes.
You won't see this with many games where the top 16 are involved. It's a serious position, is this, for ranking points. But these 2 really are good friends off the rink as well, so. Interesting opener there from Simon on the last end. Perfect weight. There's sticking to his trusty backhand. Looking good here. Great opening bowl this from Les. not happy with that one. Might force Les to change his hand. Looks like a very good line again here from Les.
Just needs to drift in nicely, which he's doing.
Oh, now if he sets up a target,
Well,
we know what Simon's like. He won't mess about now, I don't think. Yeah, straight through
you were
for
right,
it.
straight for it. But I think he's too wide.
He's not been on target with his runners today, hasn't Simon, which is very, very unusual for him. He's normally one of the really accurate players with a runner.
Well, I
does
would
Les
think-
make it more secure, or does he go deep?
Well, Les has got 2 bowls, so I would think he'd go deep with this one, because I would think Simon might have another go at this.
I don't think Simon's given himself any other option really, but so normally
So-
it's his bread and butter shot is a runner, Simon. Good ball that from Les. You can just sit back now, see where everything goes, and gives him options. So of course one would tie the set for Les, so ideally he's looking for the counter 2. If Simon removed one of Les's bowls with this bowl, then Les would still have another bowl to draw for 2. He's having a bit of a think about it. Played the runner with not as much weight. Now let's see what happens here.
Well, he's very close to the jack. Now, where's that jack going? Is it going to run? No.
I think it's left Simon 1. Very good bowl that. It means now Les has got to draw to tie the set.
Does he draw to tie the set, or Les being Les, or will he look at that one
Well,
single red?
He's looking to see if he's got third bowl. From this angle I can't quite tell whether without the red bowl Les would be holding 2 or 3.
Because Les can be adventurous at times.
Oh yeah, it's the shot. If you can see it, it's a shot to play if he is holding third bowl. Must be holding third bowl, Richard.
Yes, but has he left himself enough
Watching
room to
it.
bend? I don't
He's
think.
watching
Oh,
it.
has he?
He's watching it.
He has.
What a
Look at
ball.
that.
Well, like I say, that both of these players, very flamboyant players, they'll play those sort of shots. Well, one player's saying 1, the other's saying 2. Brian Daly's indicating that he doesn't think Les has hit that ball out far enough. Yeah, just the 1 to Les, tied set.
Well, that does make it interesting now for the second set.
Quite interesting that he didn't take that ball out far enough. It just seemed to slow up when it started to come to a halt.
Yeah.
Bit of a depleted audience, but I see that we've got 5 gentlemen sat at the back there that are very familiar to me, as in they'll have come to watch the last game of the evening. They'll have come to watch Martin Rice from Cumbria.
Yes, I know many people who are watching the stream will say, oh, look, there's nobody in, but in Perth, because as I said earlier, we have to play a lot of matches on the first day, we end up with a few in the afternoon, but of course we're now into the evening, and with this time of year there's lots of Halloween parties and all sorts going on, so we invariably end up with a couple of evening matches where we're playing just basically the first round matches off.
But the joy of having this YouTube now, Richard, is people can sit at home and enjoy watching it there. It's never the same as being live in the stadium, but the coverage now does give people that option, especially if they're from a distance away.
Well, Les is clicking his fingers, asking the ball to stay out and just come round, which he's done.
That obviously works. I must try that next time I bowl. Can't click my fingers
Yeah.
to save my life.
Simon's chasing his bowl, but I've got a feeling he's just dropped it short.
Yeah, lacking the pace there. Good yard, really. Well, Les will be disappointed in that last end of the first set, but he's clicking his fingers again. Let's see if it works again.
Well, good line.
Yeah, made second from here. Stalking this bowl again, Richard, but it looks short to me.
It does indeed.
3 short bowls,
Yeah.
Simon, he won't be happy there.
No, big slap of his leg there. He'll have a bruise there by the time he's finished.
No clicking of
Is
fingers
he
this
here?
time.
No, I think he's short, and he knows it.
I see, it would have made all that difference, Les, if you'd have just clicked your fingers.
Well, well, Simon, you've certainly put it out. Have you adjusted your weight? Do you know what? I don't think. No, he hasn't.
Has.
So Les picks up a double on the first end, which he'll be very happy with. Oh, that only just went to the edge of the rink before it stopped.
I think Les thought it wasn't going to stop, actually. He's having to just calm himself. A readjustment of the shirt.
Certainly a nice wide line again. Dropping all the way back down. Look at that.
Yeah, lovely opener from Les
Bang.
there.
Certainly puts a bit of pressure on Simon to be up and about.
Looks in the area
Well,
with
it's
this one.
certainly in the area. Yes,
Oh, that's a good
perfect
reply.
response from Simon. Once again, as a certain person I know, high line drift, he's coming in beautifully. Just, well,
Could have even got shot, that. Brian's having a... I had a good look at that, but declared one red.
again Simon stalking it, but he was a little bit wider that time.
I think the danger was there. If he'd have been any tighter and he'd have just nudged the jack, it would be let to Les. And that's the shot that Les has got now to tuck that jack for 3. He only just missed it with his last. He's watching this one.
I don't think he's there. He's short. And he knew it.
Yeah, very short. That was a chance. And Simon just looking to draw to this side bowl of Les's now.
Well, another chance for Les.
He just needs that 2 feet to a yard in his last bowl. Closer here. Very close here.
He's watching it. Look at this. Oh dear.
3 good bowls for nout, as they would say in Lancashire. Now, does Simon risk playing this
Well,
bowl?
I was going to say this gives Simon a problem now. If he moves that jack the wrong way. Yeah, he's elected to... yeah, Simon's elected to take the shot.
Yeah, 3 really good bowls from Les there with no result.
Yeah.
Normally whips off there and thought, well, I just needed one just past it to stop you. Try and pump it.
Is Brian Daly a bit of a practice on the...
Yes. I mean, that's all I have to do was put that, and then of course, if you've got it, you've got it. Couldn't stop you.
Well, you get the feeling that this game's going to go all the way, really. Which, when you've got 2 quality players like this, that's how games should be.
Certainly makes for a very interesting match. Slightly loose there from Simon. See if Les can capitalise on that and pop one on the pill to...
Looking good to me. Yeah, good opener from Les.
Very good opener.
Simon's on that wide line again. Looks to just be running. Les is on a very good line again here. Great
Yeah,
bowl
just
there.
gonna
'Cause
sit down. Yeah,
he hasn't set up a target, which is always a good bowl.
Simon just going for it with a bit of weight. He's looking very
The
close.
area.
Yeah,
Great result.
both legs gone.
As we mentioned before, he's not frightened to go early on with a runner to try and open something up.
Well, yes, it's always better to do that when you've still got a bowl left to play. If you leave it to your last bowl, then
Les has just nailed it back on
yeah,
the jack.
Les has said, anything you can do, I can do better, and just pops one back there.
He's not happy with that though, because as it's finished a length bowl, Simon has got the option to just try and sit it off, or a touch on the jack.
Well, it looks like Simon's looking for it. Has he got the legs? He's certainly stalking it. Just going to curl at the last minute. So
Chance for Les for
Les
drawing a
is one
2
on.
here.
so he could possibly pop himself in for another.
We're clicking with fingers again, Richard. Last twice he's done that, he's drawn
Yes,
a good
when
bowl.
when he's playing in the qualifiers, that's all you hear all day.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Les says, thank you very much. I'll take a pair here. Gives him a 4-1 lead in the second set.
Well, Les wants a good opener here. Really pile the pressure on Simon. Still only 3 shots in it, and we saw in the first set how that can be changed round in an end.
Well, Les looks good. A good line he's picked. Just swinging in now. Tad short, really. I mean, for a club bowler, they'd be highly pleased with that. But at this level, you know. Simon's put his out wide, hoping for the swing in.
To be fair, we're being critical of Les's lead there, but we've seen worse leads than that today. I think
Very true.
both of these players have played consistently, and Les in particular.
Yeah. Les is coming again.
Yeah, good bowl. Simon needs to get this one in the mix if he can.
Well, again, he has got the perfect line.
Better line, yeah, far
I
better line.
don't think he's got the weight though. No.
He keeps putting himself in trouble with his 3rd and 4th bowl. Again, a little rue look up at the commentary box there from Simon. They were both chatting together before the game started, and as I walked past they both said, be kind, when I walked up to the commentary box. Les has left it open for Simon there. If Simon now draws to that bowl, it will probably save a couple.
Well, the thing is, if Les had to put it very close, I think Simon would have gone for it.
Yeah, there is that
Simon is
option as well,
looking
you're
here.
right.
Simon is looking. He's just drifting in nicely here. Yep, that's the baby.
I really think that was caused by Les putting that last bowl where he did. It gave Simon a target to try and just draw inside. He did it perfectly. Les will be looking to remove that bowl of Simon's.
I don't think he's here. No.
No.
Well, now. This time it's Simon's turn to try and pick a double up. I think
He's having a look for the two.
He's having a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, Les has given him two without even hesitating. So that's cut the lead down to just one shot for Les.
It's so nice to see them just chattering away there.
Well, he's gone for a short one, or a shortish one anyway.
Great line with his first, just a little bit through. And Les has been nailing these sort of openings, so
Well, Les has certainly took the line for it. Coming in nicely. That's the opening shot at the moment. Simon looking to have played a good one here. Just missed the jack, but that's the
well, Les just looking for a slight adjustment on his last. Doesn't look bad to me, this.
well, he's certainly played the right height. How's his weight? Just needs to.
Just
Well,
lacking.
just a fraction.
It's
Just
only
a
bowl
fraction.
short.
Simon will be looking to see if he can slip another one in here.
He just needs to get past Les's bowl.
No, not quite. Still there for Les.
Yeah, I think Les might change his hand here, though. He's got a couple more options down this. Well, our forehand, his backhand side. Looking to rest the bowl. a
No,
little
Les
middle on
isn't
the
happy
jack.
with that at all.
Let's put it very wide. Weight was probably good for what he wanted. It was just wide.
Yeah.
As we mentioned earlier today, this portable rink's different to anything else we play on at club level. So it's very unforgiving if you pick the wrong line.
Well, it is, and it has its anomalies as well, which players have to learn to cope with. Well, this looks a good bowl from Simon. Will it bend in?
I think it's just lacking the weight. It gives Les the option now of going for the bowl.
Yeah, it's definitely dropped in Les's way for the draw on that hand.
Yeah, but he's got 2 seconds here, so the bowl's worth 2 to him. Even if he got the jack through, he's got best back as well. He won't be short at this.
Well, he's looking for it. No, he doesn't like it. He's gone too wide.
He was only a bowl wide. Most people would have said I was only a bowl wide, but these guys play to perfection. That takes it back to 4 apiece now.
Yeah, so here we go again.
4 across with 4 ends left to play. What's the odds on a 2 tied sets and a tie break?
We have had that before, but not very often.
Well, looks like a good opener, this one from Simon.
Yeah, it is. Spot on line, probably a foot through.
Well, a long wait again for Les here. Just slipping past. I think the jack's just slightly shorter than they've been playing. Simon trying to catch him off guard. Simon's certainly got a delivery that would be hard to copy, I think.
He has.
It works for him though, which is what they say. It doesn't matter how your delivery is as long as it's consistent.
Has still got that nice line he picks out time after time.
This looks a better weight
This is
as
all
well.
on his weight now, but it is looking good. Yeah, he's drawn the shot. So Simon looking for a dead draw. But no, not happy.
Slap
It's
of the
just,
thigh,
yeah,
not happy. The thing is, in other games today, you could have got away with that, but these two guys have played very consistently. Les doesn't like this. What's wrong with it, Les?
I don't know. He did well clicking his fingers.
Yeah, horrible bowl that, Les. I suppose it does set up a bit of a target for Simon.
Yeah, but how many times have you seen Les in the qualifier shake his head, slap his thigh because he sent a bad bowl, and it sits right on the jack?
Yeah,
It's
very
one of
true.
his little trademarks. So Simon needs this.
Well, it looks like he's picked a good line. What's the weight like?
I don't think his weight's there, is it? You can see it dying. No.
Well, now that was a huge opportunity wasted.
He's shaking his head, he knows that. He knows that Les is capable of punishing that now.
Well, with 4 ends left to play, a 3 would be very tasty at this point in time for Les. Simon was very unusually short with that last bowl.
Well,
Great
again,
line
Les
again.
has got his line.
Yeah, let's see if we have a click of her fingers or a shake of her head.
I don't know, is it? He has. Look at this.
Now what a bowl.
There
What
we
a
are, look.
bowl.
Yeah, so Les picks up a 3 to go 7-4.
So 3 up with 3 to play. Important to end this next one. Simon needs to stop the rot as such, and if Les wins it, it gives him a very good lead going into 2 ends to play.
Well, certainly, because of the 2 players, it's Simon that needs this win in reality, in more ways than Les, because Simon is in serious danger of coming out of the top 16, whereas Les is looking to go into the top 16. It's very difficult.
Yeah, it's a fight for both of them though, isn't it? I mean, Les would like to be back in that top 16. He's one of the best players out there, so he's desperate to get back in there, and this is an opportunity for him. And like you say, Simon needs the points to remain in that top 16, because there's 4 or 5 players just on the outskirts of it, including Les Gillett, that tie a few wins together in these events.
Well, good opener from Les.
Les has only got 2 opportunities to do that this year, whereas Simon, being top 16, has got 3 opportunities. Need to take your chances when they're there.
Good reply from Simon. So, Brian Daly just said that Les is holding the shot. Les would like to pick the jack up and just tuck it round the corner, but it's just a tad overweight here.
That's not a bad position though, when you're 3 up with 3 to play. Great position of bowl.
Oh.
Did they say holds for bowls?
My last hole, Brian. My final one through, please. Brian and Simon.
Well, it's bending now.
Oh, great bowl there. Gives Simon the chance to just try and edge that jack through to his own bowl, so there's a chance of a pickup of 2 here for Simon. I think for consistent bowls it's certainly been a very good game.
Well, I think it's been one of the better games of the day.
When you see draws like this, you do hope they're going to be good games. It's
Well,
like
he's having a look here.
very close here.
He is having... Oh, it's just
It's going
going.
under.
It's just gone. Just whipped off.
It's like the game
One of
earlier
the hardest
today.
shots to play on this rink.
The game earlier today between Darren Burnett and Rob Wheel, again on paper, was due to be a good game and was a very good game.
Well, Les, where do you put your bowl?
Well, he's got to cover this last ball really of Simon. Simon didn't really play that with enough weight for what he wanted. Line was good, probably wanted another yard in that. If he's going to play something similar again, he has the chance of flicking the jack out to the side for a 2, possible 3. So Les needs to be this side of the rink really. He probably won't want to get too close to the head, because even if he rests his own bowl down, he's got a chance of flicking the jack to Simon's bowl. Hang on to what you've got. He's coming to cover this side of the rink. Yeah, good bowl there, Les. Covering the spot, covering the side. He's got best back covered. Just got to shut your eyes now. Like I said, there's still an opportunity for Simon. Gets the outside edge of Les's shot bowl, flicks the jack out.
He's
Closer.
stalking it. He is stalking this.
No, he's just played it under again.
Just going off. So Les picks up a single.
Four shots up with 2 ends to play. It's not over, but the writing's starting to be on the wall.
It's one of Les Gillett's favourite sayings, isn't it? It's not over till the fat lady sings.
Very true.
I've seen in many a qualifier. Les can be bundles down, but he never gives up, and quite often I've seen him absolutely claw and fight his way back and come up trumps.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Very much a fighter. So he plays a lot of the singles circuit bowls about. Very good singles player. Plays the game with a lot of flair.
Well, the right line.
That is not a bad opener
That's a
when you 4
really
up with 2
good-
ends to play.
Yeah, that's a really good opener. Pressure straight on for Simon. Well, good line from Simon. Not a bad place.
Les just wants to slot another one in there, really. Keep the pressure on Simon.
He's got the height running down nicely. Yeah, not
Yep.
bad.
Yeah, it's another one in there. It's very much a question now for Les Gillett to just try and stop counts, and very much a question for Simon of trying to get counts.
I don't think Simon sent this. No.
So Les is having a good look at the head now because he's trying to stop Simon picking up any sort of a count. He doesn't really want to put something in to make him a target now, so doesn't want to put himself in a position where Simon can play a runner and take all his bowls out the head. So it's a question of just getting another one thereabouts to stop that from happening. He's thought a lot about that and he's stuck with the same hand. I would think that this is going to try and be a counter, but just be off the line. If that sits down, it's not a bad bowl, Les. Now Simon's got a chance here, but he needs to reach. Well, he's played the reaching line. Very close.
Gone through.
Very unlucky.
Very unlucky.
Now, has he left himself 2 seconds or just 1 second? I think whatever happens here, Les will just be trying to get another bowl in the head. Les won't be frightened to use another timeout here because theoretically he's only 1 bowl away from winning the game.
So Les has used all his timeouts now.
He just wants another ball in that head.
Coming in well.
Yeah, good ball here. Yeah, very good ball.
Yeah.
So Simon's got to try and conjure up now and getting a piece of that jack, because there's an opportunity for a 2 or a 3, and with only 2 ends left, he needs to pick up 4. It's an opportunity you can't afford not to try. Well, that's it. Party's over. Great game that to watch, Richard. Very good game to
I
watch.
thought it was a very, very good game. Really challenging, really interesting, and you know, both players played to their top level. And unfortunately for Simon, he didn't quite make it. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next match will be in about 10 minutes for the last match of the evening, and hope you join us then.
2, it is Robert Paxton.
Well, yes, here we are for the last game of the day in the Cooperative Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2014. Save a good game till last, I think, here, folks. The Jewish Centre at Perth has been a great host for us this morning and this afternoon, and we're now into the early hours of the evening. My name's Janice Gower, and I'm hoping to be joined shortly by Richard Madison. Now, for those of you that haven't heard of Martin, he's from Cumbria Indoor Bowls Club, even though he speaks with a Scottish accent. And not a bad opener there at all. And of course, Rob Paxton is familiar to all of you. Very good player, been around for a number of years, knocked on the door of the top 16 and now has got his reward in standing at number 2 in the world. And we've mentioned ranking points throughout the games of today, and of course Rob will be looking to get some more ranking points this year and hopefully knock Paul Foster off that top spot and try and get to number 1 himself. As with all the games today, there'll have been a long wait for these players, so the first few ends will probably be just feeling the weight. Very good ball there from Rob Paxton. And Rob looks to have taken a good line again there. Just slipped past, but it's not in a bad home for an opener. Well, Martin's in the area with this. Very, very much a draw player is Martin. He can pull out the big guns at times, but another one of those players that prefers to draw himself out of trouble. Great effort from Rob there for 2, but I think it might just be the 1. Rob, of course, won this event back in 2011. Which was really one of the events that helped him to get that ranking up. That got him into the top 10, and then he's worked on up from there. Very, very consistent in all these events is Rob. Very proud parents at home, Anne and Alan. I'm sure they'll be watching their son perform on this YouTube link. Well, Martin's having a look here with this bowl. Very good reply from Martin. He's never really far away, like I say, a player that likes to draw himself out of trouble. He's one of those anomalies in English bowls because he plays for Cumbria indoors, so therefore that's why you'll have him down as English here, but he's actually a Scottish outdoor international. He lives in Dumfries. He's played for Scotland for a number of years, very, very proud of his Scottish international status. But Dumfries lost their indoor bowls centre a few years ago, and the Cumbria club profited from that because we got some good players in there, and Martin was one of them. Well, Rob's on an interesting line with this, Richard.
Just missed what he was looking for, but early days yet, really. But as you were saying, Martin, who played in the qualifiers and qualified.
Well, actually, he didn't qualify. He was runner-up to
That's right.
Ryan Burnett, who's Darren Burnett's brother. And Ryan got an offer to go and play in one of the big events over in Australia.
Yeah, it was the Under-25s World Championships.
Yeah, so therefore it's something you don't turn down. And Martin had been runner-up to him in the qualifier at Carlisle, so got through there. But I do have to say it's Martin's first year in the PBA qualifiers. He was runner-up to Ryan Burnett in that one, and he has qualified in the World Pairs with Carlisle club manager Trevor Taylor.
Well, that'll be an interesting pair when it gets there.
It was. Unfortunately, they were the ones that took us out of the event.
He's going again, Mr.
Rob's
Paxton.
closer here.
Well,
Very unlucky. Yeah, we lost out to Martin and Trevor by one shot. But Trevor's very, very consistent on his home rink, and as is Martin. Martin's a very good two-bowl lead. But yes, Ben Sherwin and I were cursing Martin and Trevor that day. But yeah, so first year in the PBAs, and he's qualified in the World Pairs, and he's got his chance here.
well, he certainly comes with a decent reputation behind him, so let's see how the match progresses with him.
Well, that's a nice little pick-up. Yeah, as you mentioned in your credits at the beginning, as I was saying, as you mentioned in your credits at the beginning, Martin Rice has won the English National Fours, playing with a four that I'm sure everybody else will have heard of the names. Paul Barlow led, Martin played at 2, Trevor Taylor played at 3, and a regular qualifier of a few years ago skipped Stuart Airy. So it was no mean four that went on to win, and Martin very much played his part in that.
Well, obviously, as you can see, he picked a fine line and only just dropped a bit short with his first opening bowl on this end.
But I was saying before you joined me, Richard, that Rob Paxton's been very, very consistent over the last few years, deserving his number 2 spot in the rankings. But knowing Rob, he'll be wanting that number 1 spot.
Yeah, completely agree with you. As you said, Robert Paxton came from the qualifiers, qualified, got into the events, got himself into the top 16, and has played consistently well throughout to get to where he is. Martin just dropping a bit short there.
Well, Rob's picked a very good line here, all on his weight.
Well,
Yeah, looks like he's got shot there. Well, he's in the area again, is Martin, with this.
just needs a little nibble on that. Oh, Dan Blewett having a good look. Thinks that Rob Paxton is one down.
Martin, like a lot of the qualifiers, has had to change bowls because in WBT events we play with green and red, and he's quite well known for playing with a set of blue bowls with teddy bears on them.
Robert looking for this. Can he? Well, that'll be an interesting one now. He's given one to Rob.
Umpire Sandra coming on to measure this. Great squad of umpires we have in the WBT, all nice and steady hands. Sandra, a top Scottish bowler in her own right.
On to Robert to level the scores, all three across.
Well, a good opener there from Rob. Perfect weight. It does give Martin something to play up to. Oh, great reply from Martin.
Well, we're not sure, we're just having it clarified, but we think the score should actually be 4-3 to Martin. Yes, and that's just come up.
Martin's just played under that line. Again, we've seen a few of those today, Richard, haven't we, where they've just, qualifiers have just tried to play a tight runner just over the weight, and it's been very unforgiving and gone tight for them.
Yeah, it is, like I said before, one of the hardest shots to play on the portable rink.
Well, Rob's watching this very keenly. Just going to be a tad short, I think.
Martin changed his hand for this one.
He's still playing that slight over the
He's looking
weight
for
bowl.
it. If he gets a little push there, oh,
He was very unlucky there.
very unlucky. Still finished in a good spot.
I think where Rob's bowl finished, it forced Martin really to change his hand. And he's set up for his last bowl as well. Rob's looking for a positional bowl here because he thinks Martin will not be short at this. He was very close to getting it with his last bowl.
Yes, he was. It was just that the bowl locked onto Robert's red.
He seemed to steer it a little bit with his body, which normally when a player does that means that they don't think it's on a line.
So Robert picks up a single.
Yeah, Rob favouring this longer length jack, but he's finding it well. Well, still room for Martin there.
Well, again, he's gone for the decent line. It's all in his weight, which is looking reasonable. Just dying off a little. Of course, we're getting into the evening now, so the green will have changed slightly. It'll possibly have become a little bit heavier out there now. Both players will have to adjust to it.
Well, Rob's line looks very good here, and his weight doesn't look too bad either.
Little tickle on the jack. That'll
Yeah, that'll
give
do
him a nice.
nicely.
Yeah. Well, again, a good line. All on his weight from Martin.
Needs
Not
to run
there.
a bit.
Probably a good couple of foot short, really, in weight there.
Gives the world number 2 a very good chance of just tucking this away now. In all the matches today, sort of barring really the last one, which was evenly paced anyway, experience on the rink has come to tell at some point in time in the game. And just slipped through, I think. I think Rob knew that when he left his hand. He was tapping his foot trying to stop it. Oh, that was a
Well.
fortuitous little edge
It was.
for Martin. I think he might have even got shot there yet. Yeah, Dan Blewett confirms it got shot. Great opener from Martin there, just a few inches behind the jack.
Yes, he doesn't seem to be phased at all by stepping out on the portable, unlike some qualifiers who unfortunately freeze once they see TV cameras and everything there.
He said when he first had his first practice he was amazed at the setup. I don't think anybody realises what it's like when you're actually here. It looks different on the TV to actually playing here.
Well, he's certainly arriving with this one, just gone behind by about a yard.
But he's a very, very laid-back individual, is Martin. Nothing really lets him faze him.
And Robert obviously let that one slip away from himself.
Well, when players like Rob Paxton play bowls like that, that's when you've got to try and take the opportunity and get another in the head.
Yes, they won't give you many opportunities to do that. Much better one from Martin here.
Oh, Martin's taken his chance
Yeah,
there.
he did. Robert wasting absolutely no time whatsoever at this.
Very close. I can't believe really he got that result, to get a piece of the jack and nudge it, but it go out sideways. At that sort of pace, I don't think Rob would have expected it to stay there.
No. That certainly makes it interesting now.
Well, there's still a fair bit of room there for Rob to draw. Martin's got to try and get a closer bowl in, really. No messing about, just gets on the mat and bowls.
He's picked a good line, all on his weight.
He thinks he's quick.
Yeah,
Body language
just
thinks he's
running
quick.
slightly.
Oh,
So Robert should really be able to draw this. He
Yeah,
shouldn't
yeah.
have a problem at all. Yeah, nice little swoop down.
great line for it.
He's running.
What's the pace?
Robert
now?
is running.
Now.
Well, he's maybe cut one out.
Well, I'm glad I didn't put my mortgage on that one, because you'd have bet on Rob to
Oh,
draw
you'd have bet
that.
the house for Rob to
Definitely.
draw that, but you know it happens. He's just played a big bowl, so it's never easy to come straight back and do a dead draw after that.
Martin will be looking to capitalise on that and get a decent lead here. Gives Martin a 4-shot lead with 3 ends to play. We've seen that happen before today, where the unseeded player has got a bit of a lead and then just perhaps sat back a bit.
Yeah, good opener by Robert there.
Two loose bowls by Martin there. So we've seen it time and time again today, where big leads have been dragged back in just literally one end.
Robert coming in well again here, all on his weight, got a very good line.
Yeah, good ball that. There's still a bit of room there for Martin, but it does put a bit of pressure on him. Just stands on the mat and bowls. It's a good line, this, Richard.
It is. All on his weight. It's coming round nicely.
Oh, what a good ball Martin
Well,
has.
that will do it nicely.
I'm sure the
Pop one down there, thank you very much. Now Robert's got to deal with it.
Carlisle will be stood round the bar supporting him tonight. Will be applauding that one.
Yeah, Robert's going for it.
Yep, bowl clean, or even Jack could do.
Well, he might get a rub off here. Bit fortuitous to catch that.
Yes, it was really. Left Martin a bit of room to draw. She's got to try and put the ball back, which is easier said than done under this pressure circumstance. But at least at the moment he's only the 1 down. Looks a tighter line.
He's not happy. I don't think he's there.
There's a tighter line as well. It's Rob a huge opportunity to score a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, good enough for 2.
Yeah, well done, Robert.
How bold.
2 shots. So that's 6 shots for Robert, 8 shots for Martin. Going into the 8th end.
Making these umpires work extra hard today with the giving the scores out as well. They've got a nice bag of jelly babies sat next to them on the side there, so I'm sure they'll be enjoying those.
Yeah, we're just a few glitches with some of the computer software, but hopefully they'll sort that out this evening.
Well, Martin, what's your pace like with this one? Line looks
Well,
very
no,
good.
Just going to dive off.
Like I say, it's ends like this that Rob's experience on the rink and in the World Bowls Tour will come into play. Yeah, great bowl there.
Yeah,
It's the time to
yeah,
pile
really,
on the
really
pressure.
good bowl. Not a toucher.
I think there's something wrong with this. Martin frightened to be short there. It gives Rob a huge opportunity of piling another one in here. Two ends ago when the set was looking to be slipping away from him, it just shows battle away, hang in there.
Another draw.
You come up with an end like this. Excellent bowls from Rob Paxton. Martin's
Well, this was close.
in the
Very
area
close.
with this. As I mentioned in my opening gambit with Martin, he's a draw or drive player and he can drive, and he's just proved it.
Well, the jack is still alive in the ditch.
Not sure what the count situation is at the moment, but obviously there's a lot of room there, and for a player of Rob's calibre, he should be getting shot out of this. It's just how close a shot. He's stalking it. That normally means he likes it.
Unfortunately,
It's just stayed on. What a bowl. What a bowl from Rob Paxton there. Gutsy bowl that, getting that close to the edge. Depends on how many seconds Martin might have here as to whether he might go for the bowl or not.
well, it definitely hasn't gone for the bowl. We can't actually see the right down the back.
He's gone for the bowl. It's 1 to Rob, so that leaves us 7 shots to Rob, 8 to Martin, playing the last end of the first set. Sandra McLeish just confirming there that only one shot in it, playing the last end. Rob Paxton looking to nail a lead here. The line looks very good, Richard.
It does. It looks really good. Robert just showing why he's a little bit short, but the line's really good. But he's showing us why he's currently ranked where he is.
Well, what's Martin's reply like?
One ball down, please.
Just run through, but not a bad effort at all. Difference in length, difference in weight. Rob looking to get the ball in first before Martin gets a chance. Mentioned before, it's ends like this where pressure comes in and where the top 16, they've got chances in other events as well, so they're always that little bit more relaxed. Martin's just got an adjustment on his first delivery here.
Well, his line's
His
good.
fingers at it. Just run through again. Rob holds 2 at the moment. We'll still be looking to tuck one behind there and get a bit closer. So Martin's still just got a little adjustment on his last bowl to try and nail that jack. Good ball
Yeah,
from
there's
Rob.
still room there for it.
Greened it again. Has he adjusted that pace? Flicking his fingers at it.
Difficult to see, but it does look as if he's adjusted it.
Just run out again.
Yeah.
Two red and a measure. That's the difference between winning and losing games, just a matter of mere inches at this level.
So where does Rob place this ball?
He's still got to try and take that draw away from Martin. I think Martin will just try and draw it again. I know a few players would. I know his pairs partner in particular in the world pairs would have probably had a run at Rob's bowls early. But Martin will still fancy his chances of drawing that. So Rob needs to get one in. Well, there's still the room. Like I say, the other shot.
I think Martin's looking at whether or not he plays
Is whether
and takes
ball
the
goes
front
out.
3 go,
Yeah.
and then he's only 1 down, or does he go for the dead draw?
Do you want to win the set or tie the set?
Well, dead draw to win the set. Play a runner. First 3 balls go out, set tied. A bit of lady luck and the 4th red might go, but it is. That's the
Gone for it.
shot he's playing, and he needs to hold.
Not sure how many that is, but whatever it is, it's at least 2 to Rob, I think. Yeah, again, it shows those last 3 ends. Martin was 8-4 up and in control, and Rob's picked up a 2, a 1 and a 2. Experience on the rink. But again, I think these qualifiers today are proving that there's some really good players out there.
Oh, I think there are. I mean, you see it at the qualifiers all the time. The qualifiers over the years have got tougher and tougher and tougher to win. The quality of bowling at the qualifier is increased 100-fold, and all the top 16 know if they pick a UK qualifier in the draw, then they're not going to get an easy run.
Rob just dropping a little bit short with this delivery. Very good line. It's again going back to that. They qualify though, and then they're coming on to 2 out of 3 chances are on the portable rink, where the top 16 are probably at their happiest. But it's nice to be able to get through now and qualify. There were days way back when it was a totally closed shop. And to actually have the opportunity to qualify and the opportunity to play against the top players in the world is brilliant.
Robert trying to adjust, just gone slightly over this time.
Not exactly the closest end of bowls we've played. Perhaps a little bit of disappointment from Martin losing the first set, and a little bit of relief from Rob to win the first set.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, Rob's on a good track here. Just lacking pace.
Well, there is still a chance here for Martin to pinch the first end.
And it would be a confidence boost to Martin if he could draw this in, because he's just seen a set slip away from him. Great line. What's his pace like?
Absolutely spot on.
Let's see if Martin's settled down now after that first set. Well, still opportunities for either of them to step in here. Martin just needs a slight adjustment. Rob just needs a slight adjustment.
Martin's trying to adjust.
What's Rob's pace like here? He's urging it on, and that's why it's just dropped a bit short. Rob's just not finding his consistency yet, but it's all about getting through these first round games. I think all the top 16 feel once they're through the first round game against the qualifier or the overseas player, then they sort of into the event proper. And qualifiers have gone on to win tournaments. Les Gillett proved that back in 1997. Rob Chisholm was a qualifier and won an event, and very good friend of mine, Mark Dawes. Players have gone on from being qualifiers to win events outright.
Well, it is still quite possible for them to do that. I don't think Martin's too happy with this one.
There's definitely something wrong with that. Now there's a huge opportunity here for Rob, just a little touch on that jack. A wee shuggle, as the Scottish would say. A wee shuggle on the jack would give him 3. He's taken a nice high line. All on the pace of this. Is it here?
It's just going to feel short on pace. On to Robert.
Oh, Rob looks a good line and weight with this as well. That's a good opener. Forces Martin immediately onto the hand. He hasn't played that often in this direction. Close. Not a bad position. Rob's here again.
Yeah, Robert's playing very well at the moment.
He scrapped his way through that first set, but he's certainly come on to a game in the second set. Martin's just dropping this short, I think. Rob's game benefited a few years ago when he went out and had a season in Australia. Certainly changed his game. Changed it for the better. He was a good bowler before that, but he's become a better bowler since as well. Martin tried the perfect draw again and I think has just dropped short. It's hard to tell from this angle, but I think Rob's definitely holds with the back bowl. It's still too red. Down blue it's just indicated still too red. I don't think this is going to too bad of a home. I don't think Martin will want to be short at this.
No, I saw Martin eyeing it up.
I mean, there is a plant of his own front bowling to the head. Or just the jack clean. I don't think he'll want to be short. It's another one of these, what pace does he pick to play it though?
It's looked like he's opted for a dead draw.
Well, that was the problem with the dead draw, is he always had his own bowl to stop it. I thought he might have opted for a bit more pace there. I think Rob's still asking for two.
No, he's been given one. Measure. Yeah.
Two to Rob. Rob's changed the length again here. Just changing the length every time he gets the jack just to try and shake Martin's length up a bit. Rob's probably well aware that Martin's plays front end lead in a lot of nationals and club games.
Good opener from Robert. Martin is looking
He's just under the line.
just tailing off
Rob looks good here again, all on his pace. As mentioned before, Rob's
Well.
actually won
My last ball, please, Dan.
the event here back in 2011, and he was a quarter-finalist here last year. So it's a happy hunting ground for Rob Paxton, is Perth.
Yes, he always does seem to enjoy it up here and produce some goods. No.
If he was to win this game today, it's interesting because he would be set up to play possibly the same seed that he played last year, because he plays the winner of the John Price Svika Haydar game tomorrow morning, and he played John Price in the last 16 here last year. Well, can that dip under Martin's bowl?
Just caught it. That's unfortunate for Robert.
Well, I hope people aren't just tuning in now to this end, because this is probably the scrappiest end on paper for the two of them. There's been some very good bowls sent.
It's over.
Martin's fallen into the same trap as Rob and just put it that ball high.
Yeah.
It's a very sloppy end, very costly for Martin Rice there. Well, two bowls have been taken out. It's hard to tell from the angle from the commentary box here, but they're obviously measuring for three. Nice picture of the new flavour of mottled bowls about nowadays. And 2 to Rob, it still gives him a 5-1 lead after 4 ends. That's a big lead for a top 16 and certainly a world number 2 against a qualifier.
Yes, Martin's going to have to pull one or two things out the hat now to claw back from that and come back into the match. Still highly possible.
All Rob really has to do now is try and keep this tight, force Martin into playing shots.
Oh, Martin just struggling a bit on that first end.
Another good ball from Rob here. Like I say, he doesn't have to do anything fancy, just keep drawing balls close. Martin's got the work to do now.
Well, he's having a little look here. Definitely is having a look. He got the jack locked on.
It's probably just come out unfortunate there. It could still be 2.
Yeah, Robert playing very well. Martin trying here, really trying, but just sliding the wrong side of the red. Just a little bit too much weight on.
I think Rob will be looking to just cover these 2 bowls at the back. He doesn't, like I say, need to do anything fancy. Martin's got to start making counts.
Yeah.
Yeah, good bowl from Rob, that.
Yep, definitely covered the last 2 back greens there.
Means now if Martin takes the jack through to the back, there would be a very good chance that Rob still would be holding shot. Martin's been forced into just trying the draw.
No, I think he's heavy again.
I think Rob's in the finishing post now and is in a hurry to get off and get his supper. Great opening bowl again here by Rob.
Yeah.
It's all about closing this game down now. He had a bit of hard work to do in the first set though, Richard, so now he's found his weight and his line and playing exceptionally well.
Yes, Martin kicked off in the first set very, very well. Unfortunately, didn't quite hold it together. Robert came back at him and managed to steal the last few ends of the first set to turn the whole thing around. And to be fair, hasn't really looked back since. He's played some really, really good first and second bowls to put Martin under pressure straight away.
Yeah, he's kept things tight, and that's what world number 2s and players of Rob Paxton's calibre can do. Scrap when they have to and pile them in when they have to. Again, another good positional ball by Rob there. Martin's looking for perfect bowls. Rob won't be disappointed if he only picks up one here. It's all about losing the ends now.
Yeah.
He's 7 up with 4 ends to play. The one's a very good result for him here. Sure what he was trying to do with that one. I think that was partly an indecisive one because he's got all the options really covered.
Yeah. It's, you know, not only is he looking to win, he's looking to pick up shots per end, so it's not clear cut. And once again,
No, didn't have the weight or the line.
no.
Well, he's now 8 up with 3 ends to play. As some commentators would say, start the cart. Another great opener here from Rob. Just has to keep it tight. Scores at this end. Game over. Good reply from Martin.
Oh, it's one of Martin's better bowls. But again, Robert won't be too fazed by that. If he can just shut him down and even still lose the one, Robert will be reasonably pleased with that. But Robert's coming back at him.
Really good bowl,
Yeah,
very good bowl.
absolutely top class bowling.
Again, forces Martin into trying to change something. As soon as you try to change something, you're picking a different line.
Well,
Great effort.
that was a good try. Rob there putting in a cover shot right at the back.
Well, again, there's no need for him to make the target any bigger. Martin's got to change something. He's currently holding game against. If Rob counts the one here, it would leave him 9 up with 2 ends to play, and 2 fours is not good enough for Martin. He has got to score at this end.
Playing for a little tap and lie, isn't he? He's playing just a nudge. You know, that's got to be a really hard shot. He's just looking to nudge the jack. Robert can come round, just slightly round the back to shut that nudge off. Then I think that would be game over, really.
Yeah, take a couple of yards out of his last, or even a yard out of his last, split those last 2 bowls. The bowls to the left of the screen.
Have a look.
Just needs to run a touch. Very good ball
Just
here.
Come on.
Yep.
Look at that. That is an
Do
excellently
something about
placed
that,
bowl.
Martin.
Yeah, excellently placed bowl.
Had a really good exhibition of tactical bowls in this second set from Rob Paxton, the world number 2. Martin's playing one of those runners again, Richard.
Yeah. Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. That's concludes today's matches. Hope you've enjoyed everything, and hopefully see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks everybody for your company.
Thanks very much.